2015 and the Digital Economy Act of 2017 dealt with some of the issues around bots in the secondary market. However, there does not seem to have been a single conviction specifically for bot use, and there is a great deal of evidence that bots are still being used. Secondly, the Minister claimed that measures brought to cap resale prices in Ireland have increased fraudulent activity, but in fact there is no evidence whatsoever that fraudulent activity has increased. Fraud was actually reported to be down 27% in Ireland in the last quarter of 2023, and the Irish Government's official post-enactment report on their legislation, the 2021 Sale of Tickets Act, concludes this. This is a positive endorsement of the operation of the Act, and it means that the objectives of the Act are being met, whereby genuine fans can attend events at affordable prices. I seek your advice, Mr Speaker, about how we might encourage the Minister to correct the record.
I thank the member for the point of order and for notice of it. It is for the Minister to correct the record if they wish to, and in the meantime she certainly put the points on the record for everyone to see. We now come to presentations of bills. Sarah Olney.
Thames Water Special Administration Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 21st of June.
Friday, the 21st of June. Thank you. Right. We now have the clerk to proceed and read the orders of the day.
Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill. Consideration of Lord's message.
Now, before we move to the consideration of the Lord's message, I can confirm that nothing in the Lord's message engages Commons financial privilege. We'll begin with a government motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendments 3G, with which we will consider the other government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendments 10F as listed on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendments 3G. Minister Tomlinson.
Mr Speaker, I beg to move that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 3G and 10F. It appears, Mr Speaker, that I was indeed optimistic last week when I foresaw the end of ping-pong, and I looked forward to the time when we were not debating this particular piece of legislation. It's disappointing that we're back here again. Of course, the other place should undertake its role as a revising chamber, and of course, they're entitled to ask the government to think again. But we did think again and again, with this House now voting for the third time as part of ping-pong, strongly endorsing this bill. We need to bring the process to a conclusion. Mr Speaker, the Labour Party has voted against our measures to tackle illegal migration 134 times now. 134 times they have told the British people that they oppose our tougher immigration legislation. Enough is enough. The opposition have delayed this bill for too long. We must get on with it. So, Mr Speaker, of course I give way to the Honourable.
I'm sure the Minister will, like me, have read the Law Society of England and Wales briefing on these amendments. Has he seen polling reported by them which show that the majority of voters think the government should either accept some amendments to the Rwanda policy or scrap it altogether? Only a quarter of the public think the government should try to get the Rwanda bill through in its current form, and all Lord's amendments are supported by the majority of the public. Has he seen that polling, and will he therefore stop trying to turn this into a political football and address the gravamen of the amendments?
I certainly will. I'm very grateful indeed to the Honourable and Learned Lady, because she gets to the point of the amendments themselves. She's absolutely right that we should address them in detail, and I will do just that. But before I do so, I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Mr Speaker, I say this with all humility and also with respect for the Minister, who I know is an honourable person. But does the Minister not agree that there's a simple way out of this deadlock? And that is to accept those who can demonstrate that they were assisting the British forces in Afghanistan. And does the Minister not further agree that this back and forth is not an example of democratic exercise, but rather that of democratic embarrassment? And a way forward must be found before we bring this place and our procedures into disrepute.
Minister.
Well, I'm very grateful indeed to the honourable gentleman. As always, he engages with the substance of the matter. He and his right honourable friend, the member for East Antrim, have raised this point. I'm going to turn to that specific amendment second, and I hope to seek to persuade him by my words that there are steps that have been taken, there are reassurances that have been made, and I hope to reassure him personally that he will be able to support the government in the division lobbies later on today. Mr. Speaker, turning to the Lord's amendment from the noble Lord Hope of Craighead. I just want to reiterate firstly some salient points. Firstly, as this House knows, we will only ratify the treaty once we agree with Rwanda that all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. Secondly, the implementation of these provisions will be kept under review, as we know, by the Independent Monitoring Committee. Thirdly, Clause 9 of the bill makes clear that the bill provisions come into force when the treaty enters into force. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully
coming into force.
Of course I can.
I know that there's a problem in detaining migrants, illegal migrants at the moment under habeas corpus, but when the bill comes into force, is the legal position that we can then detain people before offshoring them, because that's the only real deterrent?
Minister.
Well, my right honourable friend may have heard a few words from the Prime Minister in this regard this morning, and that is exactly right. Specifically, in relation to this amendment, however, I respectfully disagree with the noble Lord Hope. There is no obligation, whether in legislation or in the treaty, to send anyone to Rwanda. As my noble friend Lord Sharp has said, Article 4 of the treaty sets out clearly that it's for the United Kingdom to determine the timing of a request for relocation of individuals under the terms of the agreement and the number of such requests made. Of course I give way.
Extremely grateful to my right honourable and learned friend, and before he moves away from the treaty, I wonder if he could help with some clarity on the relationship, as the government sees it, between the Rwanda Treaty on the one hand and this bill on the other. Specifically, is it the case that an assessment of Rwanda's safety for the purposes of this bill is the same thing as compliance with the Rwanda Treaty on the part of the state of Rwanda? And if not, what is the difference? Does the concept of safety extend beyond compliance with the treaty, or is it solely limited to the question of compliance with the treaty?
Well, as ever, I'm very grateful to my right honourable and learned friend for his engagement both inside and outside the chamber. He's been a regular attender, and Mr. Speaker, as you know, to these ping-pong sessions. In terms of the treaty itself, the treaty is the operating legal instrument between two international bodies, between the United Kingdom and between Rwanda. That is the status of that treaty. This bill brings it into effect in law in this country. And he knows, dealing with the system of dualism, in fact, he's appeared in the Supreme Court arguing these very points himself. So he knows in detail the differences between the treaty and between an Act of Parliament. As I set out within the treaty itself, there is no obligation. It's there, it's plain, it's written, as he knows, in Article 4.1, that the United Kingdom shall not be obliged to make any request for relocation under this agreement. I will do in one moment, and that means that the government would not be obliged to relocate individuals under the terms of the treaty if there had been, for example, unexpected changes of circumstances. And I know that's something that my right honourable friend and learned friend has been concerned about. I give way.
Supporting this exchange, would my honourable friend also care to note that Lord Hoffman, in the case of R versus Lyons, was quite unequivocal when he said that and this was in relation to an ECHR case as well, that the treaty itself is not the same as the statute, in that it is the statute that prevails, and when the statute is made and the words are clear and unambiguous, it follows that the court will obey what the Act itself sets out, which is absolutely exactly what the position is in this case.
And Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend has also been a consistent member of these ping-pong sessions, and he has consistently cited that passage. That's paragraph 144 from the Supreme Court judgment, and he knows that I agree with him on this point, and that I firmly believe that this legislation as drafted is clear and is unambiguous, and I hope that reassures him on that point. But again, turning back to my right honourable and learned friend, there are procedures already in place under the terms of the treaty to monitor the safety of Rwanda for those who are relocated there. And I can reassure my right honourable and learned friend and this House that we have already established the right mechanisms so that should the situation ever arise, the government will respond as necessary. And this would include a range of options to respond, including, as my right honourable learned friend knows, any primary legislation if required. But, Mr. Speaker, implementation continues, and I can now confirm that last Friday, the Rwandan Parliament passed their domestic legislation to implement their new asylum system. The partnership is one important component of a much broader bilateral relationship. As my right honourable friend, the member for Witham, has recently reminded us, this is a migration and economic development partnership. And I'd like to put on record my thanks to all officials, including those in the government of Rwanda, for their hard work in implementing the treaty and delivering this crucial partnership. I give way.
I'm most grateful to the Minister for giving way. If Rwanda is truly safe, and I note what he said about last Friday, why is it the case that Rwandans are excluded from this legislation from being returned? And could he give us the reasons, wherefore, why the Prime Minister and himself refused to accept the need to prove the safety of Rwanda as a requirement?
Well said.
Minister. The proof of the safety is in the international binding treaty between two international partners, namely the United Kingdom and the government of Rwanda. And it is here in the treaty where it matches the concerns as set out by the Supreme Court, namely the concerns in and around refoulement. It is there, it is addressed in the treaty. That is the reassurance that I invite this House to take, and that is why I say that the amendments are unnecessary. Turning specifically, Mr. Speaker, to the second amendment, I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Minister for giving way. The very obvious point about why Rwandans aren't covered by this is if we were returning a Rwandan to Rwanda, we would take them to their home country, not a third country.
Minister. Well, again, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend because he has been closely following these proceedings, not just throughout ping pong, but throughout his time as well. When he held this role, and he knows deeply the interplay in the interrelationship between the two countries, and I'm very grateful to him. I'm going to make some progress, actually. I've given way too much. I've taken some criticism for the number of times that I've given way, and so I'm going to make progress, Mr. Speaker. It's the Second Amendment. Speaking to the Amendment 10F, as I and my noble friend Lord Sharp have said previously, this government greatly values the contribution of those who have supported us and our armed forces overseas. And that is why there are legal routes for them to come here to the United Kingdom. And there is already existing legislation, Mr. Speaker, including but not limited to the Illegal Migration Act, which the Secretary of State has a range of powers to consider cases and specific categories of persons. I have already made a clear commitment on behalf of His Majesty's Government that we will consider how removal under existing immigration legislation would apply. And that means that once this review of Arab decisions for those with credible links to Afghan specialist units has concluded, the government will not remove to Rwanda those who received a positive eligibility decision as a result of this review where they are already in the United Kingdom. Just wait 1 minute, please. As of today. This is an important point, and it's a point that I emphasise today in front of this House. Yes, I give way to them, please.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He may have read about my constituent today in The Guardian. A man who was originally Afghan, has British citizenship, served with our armed forces for 15 years. He and his family were called forward to the Barron Court Hotel, could not get there because there was an explosion, and have been in hell ever since. His young children and wife unable to join him here in the UK. He's not eligible for ARAP because he was a British citizen. The government has written to me suggesting that his children might apply to ARAP. I believe under 10-year-olds probably won't qualify. The ACRS scheme is in tatters, will not accept them, because the government is now trying to say, well, they were invited rather than instructed to go to the Baron Court Hotel. If he takes 5 minutes just to read the story of my constituent who gave so much of his life to support our forces in Afghanistan, he will understand why, when he stands at that dispatch box and says that there are legal, safe routes for those who are eminently eligible, it is simply not sustainable as an argument to make, and why this amendment matters.
Well, this amendment is unnecessary. There is already existing legislation, as I've told the Honourable Lady, and I've tried to explain to this House, there is already existing legislation, including but not limited to the Illegal Migration Act. And I have confirmed that the government will not remove to Rwanda those who receive a positive eligibility decision as a result of this review. Mr. Speaker, this government recognises the commitment and responsibility that comes with combat veterans, whether our own or those who have shown courage and served alongside us. We will not let them down. Criminal gangs are determining who comes to the United Kingdom as vulnerable people are being lured into unseaworthy boats and risking their lives. Billions of pounds of taxpayers' money is being spent on illegal migration. Our resources and services are reaching their limits. We must put an end to it. We must pass this legislation and stop the boats. I urge this House once again to send an unambiguous message to the other place. The time has come for the Labour Lords to respect the views of this House and to let this bill now pass.
The question is, this House disagrees with Lords in their Amendment 3G. I now call Shadow Minister Stephen Kinnett.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's not really a huge amount more to be said about this sham, this con of a bill that hasn't already been said. The plan is as unworkable as it is unaffordable, and that's why Labour would instead repurpose the money that's being squandered and set aside for the scheme into a cross-border police unit and security partnership which would go after the criminal gangs upstream and restore order to our border. And we would create a new returns and enforcement unit to remove people from the country who have no right to be here, given that we have seen the return of failed asylum seekers collapsing by 44% under the Conservatives and the removal of foreign criminals decreased by 27%. Our plan will end the Tory boats chaos, fix our broken asylum system and restore our border security. The government's plan is, as the former immigration minister himself described it, and a civil servant insider has admitted, is to get a few symbolic flights off the ground ahead of a general election, regardless of the wider impact. It really is tokenism and posturing of the worst sort.
I thank my honourable friend for making way on that and highlighting why this is just such a gimmick. Does he agree that when the Permanent Secretary said that there is no evidence it will work as a deterrent, and this plan will only account for just 1% of those crossing the channel?
Well, she's absolutely right that the test of a policy like this is, will it work as a deterrent? But when you're dealing with people who have risked life and limb to cross continents, they are not going to be put off by a 1% chance of being sent to Rwanda. So the policy fails on its own terms, and the Permanent Secretary was absolutely right to put that red flag on it 2 years ago. It's quite extraordinary that we are where we are today. I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and he's making an excellent speech. He spoke about tokenism of the worst sort. Does he agree with me that that was carried on by the Prime Minister's announcement, identifying 25 courtrooms and 150 judges will be available to deal with legal challenges from asylum seekers, giving our courts are struggling with backlogs, partly due to not enough barristers in courts. Exactly. So it would be interesting to know how the government would achieve this. Would my honourable friend agree with me?
Oh, she's absolutely right. I'd actually forgotten about that sort of chapter 562 in this never-ending story. And my recollection is that the Prime Minister was then slapped down, I think, by the judiciary, who said, well, we've got a huge amount of a backlog to get through, and this is not a priority. So I think we should thank my honourable friend for reminding the House of yet another sort of disastrous chapter in this story. I will give way.
In the unlikely event of a Labour government, Is the Shadow Minister happy with the idea that in future the opposition parties that necessarily and usually dominate the House of Lords should frustrate a Labour government? So will he advise his friends up there to respect the will of the elected House?
I will advise the other place to do what it is doing as a revising chamber, standing up for the constitutional obligations that it has to look at every piece of legislation that we send to them from this place and to take the measures that they feel strongly about. What we are seeing is a set of amendments which in no way prevents this policy from being enacted, in no way prevents flights from taking off. It is simply those members of the other place doing their constitutional duty. But it's not only that the plan is completely unworkable, Mr. Speaker, it is also shockingly unaffordable. It is likely to cost a truly astonishing £2 million per deportee. And to add insult to injury, it puts the tens of thousands of asylum seekers who are deemed inadmissible and yet cannot be sent to Rwanda because of the lack of capacity there. They will be put into limbo in expensive hotels, stuck in a perma backlog at staggering cost to the taxpayer. Dreadful policy, shameful politics. Mr. Speaker, when this bill was first introduced, the Prime Minister described it as emergency legislation, and yet the government's management of the parliamentary timetable would suggest that the opposite is the case. Ministers had ample opportunity to schedule debates and votes on the 25th and 26th of March before Easter recess, but they chose not to do so. And indeed, last week there was also plenty of scope to accelerate this process. So you could be forgiven for concluding that the truth of the matter is that ministers have been deliberately stringing this out for two reasons. Firstly, because they thought that they could make some grubby political capital from the delay. And secondly, because they've been scrambling to get a flight organised and all the other logistics that are not in place. Indeed, the Prime Minister admitted this in his somewhat whinging and buck-passing press conference this morning, that the first flight to Rwanda won't take off until, checks notes, July. I mean, July, really. Today is the 22nd of April. We were initially told that this was emergency legislation, and yet we're now being told that there'll be a 10 to 12-week delay in getting the first flight off the ground. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know about what your definition of an emergency is, but a 10 to 12-week response time does seem to be a bit of a stretch. And of course, given that none of the amendments to the bill could by any stretch of the imagination be seen as wrecking amendments, it really is quite difficult to see why the benches opposite couldn't just accept them and get on with it. Because the fundamental point is that not one of the amendments that have been coming to us from the other place would prevent planes from getting into the air. Turning first to the amendment in the name of the noble Lord Hope. Well, this amendment simply reflects what the government has already said, that court judgments are taken at a moment in time, and that a country may well be safe at a given point, but not at another. And that, if this bill passes unamended, then this House will, in essence, be asserting that Rwanda will be a safe country forevermore. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, surely the indisputable lesson of recent times is that we live in a dangerous and turbulent world, where authoritarians are on the march, and the rules-based order is under threat. So who knows what might happen in Rwanda in the future, or in any other country for that matter.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, and he will agree with me that again the Minister today made the point that just because we've entered into a treaty and we've been told it's safe, that suddenly should be treated as the way forward. Surely that's setting a very serious and dangerous precedent for the future, that we can work our way out of any unsafe country just because we have a treaty with them.
I agree absolutely with my honourable friend, and I thank him for that intervention. I think one of the reasons that we are seeing such a strong pushback from the other place is precisely because they are deeply uncomfortable with trying to make something that is not true. The Supreme Court has ruled unanimously that Rwanda is not a safe country, and yet we are being asked to legislate to say that it is. Now we can legislate to say that the sky is green and the grass is blue, but that does not make it so, and that is why we have such an important point of principle in this bill.
I thank my honourable friend.
Just before the Honourable Lady makes another intervention, I must draw to the attention of the House that we only have till 5:15 to debate this matter. I have 8 people on the back benches who wish to speak. Their speeches at the moment will be limited to 3 minutes, and it might not be entirely fair for the Honourable Lady to keep making... No, but please, Mr Kinnock.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Courtesy. Mr Kinnock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Therefore, the amendment in the name of the Noble Lord Hope simply requires the Home Secretary to lay a statement before Parliament confirming that the Rwanda Treaty has been implemented and that the country is safe. And prior to issuing his statement, the Home Secretary would presumably be taking account of advice provided by the government's hand-picked monitoring committee as specified in the treaty. And of course, Lord Hope's amendment also allows the Home Secretary to lay a statement making clear that Rwanda is no longer safe should the situation on the ground in Rwanda change. This trust but verify approach is embedded in countless pieces of legislation that have made their way onto the statute book over the centuries. It is a perfectly fair, measured, reasonable and non-controversial proposal, and frankly it's simply bizarre and incomprehensible that the government is refusing to accept it. Turning now to the amendment in the name of the Noble Lord Brown, frankly, I just don't know where to start with this one, Madam Deputy Speaker. It beggars belief that the government is still insisting on being able to deport Afghans who have bravely fought alongside British forces against the Taliban to Rwanda. It really is shameful that we are still debating what should be a given. We owe a debt of gratitude to the Afghans who stood shoulder to shoulder with our troops, and yet this government is seeking to trash our reputation as a country that honours its debts. What a disgrace. Ministers should hang their heads in shame. Now, over the course of the last few weeks, they've deployed a variety of spurious and mealy-mouthed arguments to defend their position. But the one they have most frequently used is that there are already safe and legal routes in place in the shape of the ARAP and ACRS schemes. But this is simply not the case, Madam Deputy Speaker. Operation Warm Welcome became Operation Cold Shoulder when the Prime Minister torpedoed both schemes and left these Afghans stranded. Shocking but true. Court documents show that in November 2022, the Prime Minister issued instructions to halt flights from neighbouring Pakistan for an entire year for Afghans who had already been granted resettlement rights in the UK, and only restarted them when the Pakistani government threatened to send these heroic individuals back across the border to meet their fate at the hands of the Taliban. Just let the content of those court documents sink in, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom explicitly instructed the Ministry of Defence and the Home Office to stop assisting Afghans who had put their lives on the line for our country. What a disgrace. What a betrayal of British values. What a hammer blow to our moral standing in the world. But the Noble Lord Brown's amendment is not only driven by a basic moral imperative, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is also driven by our national interest and by military logic, for the simple and obvious reason that the ability of our armed forces to recruit local allies to support us in the future will be severely constrained if this bill passes unamended. It should therefore not come as a surprise to anyone that our armed forces are outraged and repelled by the government's refusal to accept Lord Brown's amendment. Indeed, just last weekend, 13 senior military figures signed a letter to the Sunday Telegraph stating robustly that any brave men and women, and I quote, who have fought alongside our armed forces or served the UK government overseas must be exempt from removal to Rwanda. Madam Deputy Speaker, I therefore urge all those across the House to join with me in supporting these two amendments that are in front of us today. This whole process has been a farce, but if we can just pass these amendments, we can at least send a message that we are not a country that chooses to deport its military allies to a country on the other side of the world, and that we are a country that cares about whether or not we are sending some of the most vulnerable people on the planet to a place which is safe for them. At the very least, we owe that basic level of respect and decency to ourselves as a nation and to the people that this policy will affect. Unfortunately, respect and decency for anyone, whether it's in relation to our nation, to asylum seekers, or indeed to the British taxpayer, is not something that this Prime Minister and his government hold in any regard whatsoever. And that is why their time is up. They are not fit to govern. And I fear tonight that they will demonstrate that point in spades yet again. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
As I've just intimated, there will be an immediate time limit on backbench speeches of 3 minutes. Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In view of the time, I want to focus what I say on the second part of Amendment 3G, subclause 8. And I think it is clear that Lord Hope has drawn attention to a flaw in the bill's logic. We all understand it's about parliamentary sovereignty, but if declaring Rwanda safe in the first instance is a matter for Parliament, then why is determining whether it remains safe not also a matter for Parliament? And yet this bill covers only the first determination of safety and provides no mechanism for Parliament to change its mind if circumstances change, save for primary legislation, which of course it would need government to introduce. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, my quarrel with the Noble Lord Hope's amendments has been that whereas the theme of this bill is parliamentary authority, the earlier forms of his amendments give effective authority on the safety of Rwanda to the Monitoring Committee, because their conclusion on treaty compliance would be determinative of the question of safety. But the later versions of his amendments have transferred authority to ministers to determine, on the advice presumably of the Monitoring Committee, that Rwanda is no longer safe and make a statement to that effect. And I have to say, I think that is not perfect either. I still think that for the bill to have inherent and logical consistency, it should be Parliament's decision on whether Rwanda remains safe in changed circumstances, not a monitoring committee's and not a minister's. But how much latitude Parliament would have in deciding whether Rwanda remains safe in changes of circumstances rather depends on the point I raised in intervention with my right honourable and learned friend. If adherence to the treaty is evidence contributing to an assessment of whether Rwanda remains safe, but is not wholly determinative of the question of safety, then it remains possible, if unlikely, that Parliament would consider non-compliance, but nonetheless decide that Rwanda remains safe for the purposes of the bill. But if its only consideration on safety is the question of compliance with the treaty, then Rwanda cannot remain safe if it is in breach of the treaty. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to be clear which of the two it is. But either way, determinative or not, if Parliament is to be the sovereign decision maker, it must know of non-adherence to the treaty. And directly or indirectly, the Monitoring Committee is the body which can tell us. So it seems to me we must look at Amendment 3G in the light of the late stage in proceedings we are at. We cannot keep batting this bill backwards and forwards across the building. And as I've said, I do not think this amendment is the best way to solve the problem, that Parliament has no mechanism available to it to change its mind if the facts change. But I have to say, with all due respect to the Minister for whom I have high regard, the government hasn't come up with a better alternative. In those circumstances, he leaves me little place to go other than to support this amendment if my right honourable friend can't propose a better way of resolving this deficiency.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the Minister opened by saying that he had looked forward last week to not debating this bill. Well, I wish indeed that the bill had never been brought to this House in the first place and that we wouldn't have to debate this bill. I wish that it had never seen the light of day. And if he never wanted to debate it again, he could have, of course, accepted the Lord's amendments last week instead of stringing this out for even longer, because these are perfectly legitimate amendments that the Lords have brought. But I see that the members in the benches opposite are seeking to get around the tedium of voting on amendments to render vulnerable people overseas. There's a text message circulating on X in the name of the Government Chief Whip saying, "Dear colleagues, with a potentially long and historic night ahead on behalf of the Prime Minister, I would like to invite you to drinks this evening from 9:30. These will take place in the Prime Minister's office in the House of Commons. I look forward to seeing you there." How absolutely heartless and despicable that the members in the opposite benches are quaffing drinks while they're thinking about sending people to Rwanda. How utterly without any kind of moral background whatsoever. And should the Lords send back further amendments tonight, should they carry out the procedural, unusual procedural matter of double insistence, I would certainly support them very much in that endeavour. Any mechanism that we can use in this place to stop this bill is what we should do. I will.
I thank the honourable friend for giving way, and I congratulate her on using every procedure that is available to her to state the SNP's opposition, not least, Madam Deputy Speaker, by moving amendments in the Reasons Committee last week, because we in the SNP will take every single opportunity to express our opposition to this outrageous plan.
I thank him for his intervention and would note on the record that Labour did not vote on any of the reasons that I sought to amend in the Reasons Committee, and I've yet to have any explanation as to why they wouldn't use any mechanism available to them to oppose this bill. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we had yet another press conference this afternoon where the Prime Minister didn't come to this House to talk about his gurning and his greeting that those mean old lords wouldn't let him have his way. And I would point out that the Conservatives have over 100 more lords than Labour, and perhaps a lack of enthusiasm from their own lords is reflective of the fact that many of them didn't even show up to vote last week. Because this is not in the Conservative Party manifesto. They have no mandate for the Rwanda plan whatsoever. And indeed, what manifesto would they put in front of people which would say we're going to set out to breach our international commitments and engage in state-sponsored people trafficking? What manifesto indeed would that be? And just to mention very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, some of the things that the Prime Minister mentioned in his statement, suddenly conjuring up a whole load of judges to determine these cases, when they could be better served, perhaps, looking at the appeals backlog that his incompetent bulk processing of asylum claims has created. He mentioned charter flights being booked. Well, many commercial companies had refused to be involved in the charter flights at all, including the Rwandan state carrier. So which companies have been engaged to do this, and at which cost? We still don't know. He said that the first flight will leave in 10 to 12 weeks. Will this be before or after we reach summer recess? Because we know already how far the timescale has slipped for the government on this, and what scrutiny will occur should these flights take off during recess. Madam Deputy Speaker, if they do indeed manage to send anybody to Rwanda, where are they going to put them? Because we know that the Rwandans have sold off the housing that they set up to place people in. Will they be piling them up in tents? I wouldn't put it past this government, but it would be useful to know. Moving to the Lords' amendments themselves, Madam Deputy Speaker, we fully support these Lords' amendments, which do their very best to mitigate an absolutely dreadful piece of legislation. And I cannot see what the government's objection really ought to be in Amendment 3G. They were all about taking back control, but yet they want absolutely no parliamentary scrutiny whatsoever of whether Rwanda remains a safe country. And the honourable member from Kenilworth and Southam quite rightly pointed out, we have no means in this place of declaring Rwanda unsafe. We say it's safe for in perpetuity, forever and ever and ever. We can't declare it unsafe should something happen. That is just not logical. And I would note also that the Irish High Court ruled last month that the UK, in fact, is not a safe country to send asylum seekers to in light of these plans. I fully support also the new Amendment 10F from the Lords regarding Afghans. And I've mentioned it many times before, my support for those Afghans who served and supported UK objectives in Afghanistan, and how woeful the government's response to the need of those people has been. But I would point... I will briefly, yes.
I'm grateful to her for giving way. Would she agree with me that rather than spending £11,000 per person to deport them to Rwanda, that money could be used right now to rescue my constituent and his wife who got out of Afghanistan into Pakistan and are now stuck there waiting for the UK government to rescue them?
I wholeheartedly agree, and I know of many such cases of people who have been sorely let down by this government. And we note that the figures that the government brought out this morning, that there has been an increase in small boat arrivals this past 3 months compared to last year. So it's hardly any kind of deterrent if people are still coming over in small boats in their droves. But I would note amongst them were 1,216 Afghans, an increase on the 1,098 that came in the same period last year. If he thinks the Afghan schemes are such a roaring success, why are so many Afghans being forced onto small boats just to get to safety? Many of them will have family in this country. Many of them will not have been able to avail themselves of the Afghan schemes he so talks up. And many of them will not have been able to use family reunion, which is an existing safe and legal route, which many people are not able to access. Madam Deputy Speaker, in light of time, I will not go further into the detail of some of the Afghan cases I wished to raise, but I will say this to this government. This legislation is utterly despicable. It is state-sponsored people trafficking. It is against our obligations in international law, and Scotland wants no part of it. We will oppose it every step of the way.
Tim Lawton.
Speaker, can I start by agreeing with the opposition spokesman when he said that there's nothing new to say. The trouble is that he then spent 14 minutes saying nothing new. And to say that these amendments do nothing to stop flights getting off the ground. The fact that we are still having to debate amendments is preventing the legislation going through which would allow the scheme literally to get off the ground. So now it's time to get the Rwanda legislation done. The remaining amendments, many people have had days, weeks and months to make their points. The government have given undertakings. We've heard further undertakings about the treatment of Afghan refugees here today. This bill does not oblige the government to return anybody from Afghan. There are explicit schemes particularly to protect them. And in terms of declaring Rwanda a safe country, the only reason the legislation has stated such is because a court declared it not to be based on limited and snapshot evidence. The government has a white list of countries which are not deemed to be safe. The FCDO issues guidance about where it's safe to travel. But what does constitute safe in the eyes of those courts? Is Spain safe if you're a Catalonian dissident who is in exile because they've taken issue with the Spanish government? Is it safe to go back to France? Some of the refugees I've met in the Napier barracks claim that they are beaten by French police and it's not safe for them to go back to France. Indeed, is London safe if you are openly Jewish in the eyes of some court judgments? There are plenty of safeguards that are given in this bill. It will bring people back to the UK if it's deemed not to be safe or appropriate. There's plenty of international legal scrutiny now added into this bill. The issue of refoulement, which was the major complaint about by the Supreme Court, has been dealt with. Legal assistance is available for those sent to Rwanda. And we know, and I'll say it again, when the Home Affairs Select Committee went to Calais last year, we were told by all of those in charge of the policing system on the beaches that when the government announced the Rwanda scheme in the previous May, there was a surge in migrants around Calais approaching the French authorities to try and regularise their position in France because they did not want to risk being sent to Rwanda. What is disgraceful, Madam Deputy Speaker, is time and time again, those behind these amendments, the Labour Party continuing this ping-pong, have not come up with a single solution to the really important question of what do you do with asylum seekers who have come to this country illegally, who have no credible case to be in the UK, but for whom it is practically impossible to return them to this country. And what's also absolutely disgraceful is just this morning the Shadow Home Secretary has made it quite clear that a Labour government would abolish the Rwanda scheme, whether it's working or not. What they are saying to people the other side of the channel, just wait a few months, then you can come in your droves as much as you like. That is the truth of the matter. These amendments need to be beaten again.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Deputy Speaker, and whilst I agree with quite a lot of what the honourable gentleman says at times, that point that the honourable gentleman just made about Labour's policy is absolutely incorrect. Can I just say that I'm very pleased that the Minister has stated at the beginning of his remarks that the other place has absolutely the right to act as a revising chamber and to give their advice to this chamber. Lord's Amendment 3G is tabled by the noble Lord Hope of Craighead, as we know, a former Deputy President of the Supreme Court, and it states that Rwanda cannot be considered a safe country for the purposes of the Act until the Secretary of State has obtained and laid before Parliament a statement from the Independent Monitoring Committee confirming the treaty provisions have been implemented. And it also allows for the Secretary of State to rescind the confirmation if the treaty stops being adhered to, rather than the nonsense position of claiming that Rwanda is safe forevermore. This is a sensible and measured amendment to deal with the facts and for allowing them to, when they change. And on the day that the Prime Minister has stated that some asylum decision makers and judges have been trained, the Joint Monitoring Committee
committee set up and the president of the new appeal body selected, we still don't know whether all the other provisions of the treaty have been fully implemented or whether the number of officials in place is sufficient. So with the Prime Minister insisting that flights will begin in 10 to 12 weeks, Lord's Amendment 3G provides a vital safeguard ensuring everyone sent to Rwanda will be protected by the implementation of the treaty provisions. And I think this is entirely reasonable, and I agree with what the Right Honourable Member for Kenilworth and Asylum said. Just turning to Lord's Amendment 10F, tabled by the Noble Lord Brown of Leyderton, a former Secretary of State for Defence, it provides the exemption for people who supported the armed forces overseas or who have otherwise been agents or allies of the UK overseas. Anyone seeking to rely on the exemption would need to provide notice to the Secretary of State within 1 week of arrival in the UK. Now, ministers have sought to reassure members that they were reviewing the position and that they would consider and revisit how the Illegal Migration Act and removal under existing immigration legislation will apply to those who are determined ARAP eligible. But I must note that responding in the House of Lords, the Noble Lord Brown dubbed this assurance as worthless. And we should all be conscious of the strength of feeling amongst those former senior armed forces personnel who support this amendment. When individuals risk their lives to support British troops overseas, we must honour our commitment to providing sanctuary, not outsource it. And that is why I'm going to support the Lord's Amendment.
Hear, hear.
Sir Robert Buckland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm mindful of time as always. It's quite rightly being reduced as we deal with this bill rather similar to some sort of exotic recipe where the sauce is reduced and reduced on every occasion. We're now down to two important amendments, and I'm glad that in his tone and in his approach to this, my right honourable learned friend on the dispatch box has absolutely embraced this debate as he should, which is all about the detail, getting it right. He knows that I support this policy. We've heard a lot of rhetoric again in this chamber which is unfortunate and misleading. We are doing something genuinely innovative, and it is right that we should do so. However, I do think that the revised Amendment 3G in its form now, particularly in light of the remarks of my right honourable learned friend, the member for Kenilworth and Southern, does actually strike an appropriate balance here, not only in terms of making sure that the reality of the position in Rwanda is met by the deeming provision in law, but that there is a mechanism by which we can deal with this as a parliament if indeed circumstances change. And I think with great respect to my right honourable learned friend, he did almost concede that if there was to be a change in the situation in Rwanda, then primary legislation would have to be at least considered by the government. It seems to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it would be far better to ensure against that, to avoid the need for further primary legislation by making sure that in this bill we can wrap it all up and make sure that we have a system that is not just strong when it comes to potential legal challenge, but which also gives this place, I think, its rightful role. So I do, alongside my right honourable learned friend, still commend and support that particular provision. Now, I noted with regard to Amendment 10F the comments that my right honourable learned friend made from the dispatch box, the assurances that he gave about the status of people who have had an assessment and are found therefore to have satisfied the requirements of the scheme. That's an important step forward. I don't take the view that we should regard these matters as worthless. I do regard it as having quite a lot of weight, and I'm grateful to him for that. I do think that making that very clear on the face of the bill would probably clear the matter up once and for all, and it may well mean, not that I mind being here till the wee small hours of the morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it may well mean that we can clear up this business once and for all. And I'm in the market for sorting this out now, so this bill can become law before it is too late this evening. That's why I would commend perhaps a little further movement on 10F by my right honourable friend.
Sammy Wilson.
Throughout this bill, my party, both here and in the other place, has given by and large support to the government even though at times we've been sceptical and we have been concerned about how effective some of the measures are. But I've got to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, we draw the line when it comes to the Lord's Amendment 10F and the protection of people who have served with our armed forces in dangerous situations and now find their lives being put in jeopardy. And this amendment, I don't believe, the Minister has made the point time and time again that some of these amendments are wrecking amendments or attempts to create loopholes, etc. Let's look at the amendment. People who will be covered by this amendment, first of all, will have served this country. Secondly, as a result of that, their lives will be in danger. Thirdly, when they arrive in this country, they have within a week to immediately inform the authorities that they're here. And then that allows for their records to be looked at, for their claims to be verified, and for their connections with the armed forces to be ascertained. And lastly, if they haven't done that, then in any subsequent cases the courts can draw inference from it. So nothing can be more watertight than this particular amendment. And yet the government is refusing to accept it on the basis, well, there's already arrangements in place. Well, why is it, and my colleague from Strangford has raised time and time again in this House, and as of others, why is it that there are people who serve the armed forces in Afghanistan who find themselves in danger at present? They're on the run from the police in Pakistan. They're hiding because the police in Pakistan want to send them back to Afghanistan where they'll be in danger. Why? Because the system has not worked for them. And that's why I think it is important that this amendment is accepted. We have a moral duty. And as has been pointed out, if we're going to look to the future and recruit people in trouble spots to help the armed forces, then we have got a strategic duty. And I believe that if the Minister really wants to get this stuff through tonight, he's got a political reason for doing this. Because at least by accepting this amendment, he takes away another leg that the other House is seeking to stand on when it comes to opposing this bill. And for all of those reasons, I hope that the Minister will accept this amendment to protect those who have served us, to get this bill through, and to avoid any further delay.
John MacDonald.
Just to follow on from the member for East Antrim, we get to this stage I think this is a disgraceful bill. I want to oppose it at every opportunity, but you have to accept at some stage the bill will go through, and therefore it's the normal run of things in these matters that the government will compromise on a number of issues, and usually by this time. And for the life of me, I can't understand why we haven't reached that compromise so far, particularly on this particular amendment. I just want to make this particular point. It's exactly as the member for East Antrim said, if the system was working as it was at the moment, we wouldn't be finding the cases that we've got. I think the situation in Afghanistan in particular is deteriorating at the moment. I just give one example of a case I'm dealing with. There's a woman who is in this country now who campaigned for women's rights in Afghanistan. The Taliban are now arresting and torturing her family. And that's just because she stood up for women's rights. If you're any way associated with the British government in any form, it makes matters even worse. I had another constituent in one of the hotels, an asylum seeker in one of the hotels, whose family simply rented out property to the BBC and some of the British authorities as well. The family got out, but they actually still had their connection with their video. And they showed me the videos of the Taliban turning up and beating up almost to pulp the staff of that family who were working in those premises then. The situation is deteriorating. The existing system is not working. People who are in any way associated with the British government and the British forces in particular are targeted, and their family are targeted, and they're not just abused, they're actually tortured. I just think we have a debt of honour, and the compromise has to be done tonight. This amendment cannot be seen as a wrecking amendment in any way. It's simply a logical conclusion of the debate that we've had in both our houses. And I urge the other place to stand firm on this one, because I actually do think the British public support this amendment as well as this. But I actually do think maybe a majority in this House really want to support it too. So I urge the government to think again, because this has gone beyond the normal process. My honourable friend from the front bench said, what is there to gain from the government in continuing this process overall? If they think this is about demonstrating their own bravado, their commitment, trying to get some publicity out of this, I actually think it's going the other way. I think at the moment the general political mood and public mood is, for goodness sake, accept when there's a compromise offered, you should seize it, particularly on this particular issue.
Tim Farron.
Deputy Speaker, I hear from the other side impatience and irritation that we're still here, still debating this. I would respectfully just point to them the impatience, irritation, even outrage on the part of my constituents at the fact that this government is wasting vast amounts of their money on something they know, and the government knows, will not work. That there's a 1 in 200 chance that an asylum seeker might be sent to Rwanda is clearly not going to be a disincentive. What could be a deterrent would be to process the applications that we have and remove that 25% of asylum seekers who turn out not to be genuine. You will never know that if you don't have the competence to process it. What also would be sensible is to actually set out safe routes, so you are able to bypass and therefore undermine the model of the evil people traffickers. That outrage from my constituents also goes to the knowledge that what could be done with the money that has been spent on this nonsense scheme so far. It's the equivalent, Madam Deputy Speaker, of 5.7 million GP appointments if the government had the priorities that the British people wants them to have. These two amendments are entirely sensible. I don't need to repeat all the arguments for them, but that we should have independent verification and not simply declare that a place is safe despite the lack of evidence is nonsense. Of course, as an aside, if Rwanda is a safe place, then why would it be a deterrent? And if it's not a safe place, why would any decent government send anybody there? But I support the Lords in pushing 3G with 10F. I'm not going to give way because we're about to finish. It's unfair on others. 10F guarantees that those who've risked everything to protect and serve our men and women in Afghanistan, our servicemen and women, to not be betrayed by this or future government, is a basically simple and decent thing to ask for. And whatever the motivations the government ascribes to those moving this amendment, it's clearly a totally reasonable one, and a reasonable government would accept it. But going back to finish the government's, to address the government's irritation, the Conservative Party's irritation that we are still here, I want to just gently encourage Conservative members here present, right honourable and honourable members, to imagine a time, sometime in the future maybe, when they are not in government and they are in opposition. Let's imagine a time when a government of a different colour ignores the rule of law, bypasses the courts, thinks itself above the law, and then tries to use its numbers in Parliament to steamroller through something that was not in their manifesto and for which they have no mandate. An honest answer to that question would lead to this government yield. This is awful legislation, it is cruel, it is inept, it is expensive. We should vote the amendments through, the law should keep going, the government should concede.
Minister Michael Tomlinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with leave of the House, may I address very directly my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Kenilworth and Southam, and my right honourable and learned friend, the member for South Swindon, because they have both addressed Amendment 3G. This amendment does not do what my right honourable and learned friends are looking for. They are looking for a parliamentary moment. This amendment merely produces a statement. And I would invite them to imagine a scenario whereby what we have been discussing would not produce a statement in any event, would not produce an urgent question, would not produce a moment for a Secretary of State to have a statement in the chamber of the House of Commons in any event. And I repeat to my right honourable learned friend, this amendment does not meet the challenge that he has set, and I would encourage him to be with the government in a few short minutes' time. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must get on and put an end to this. We must pass this legislation and to stop the boats. Perhaps in the words of my honourable friend, the member for Stone, I urge this House once again to send a clear and unambiguous message to the other place, and I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3G. As mayors that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order! The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3G. As mayors that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Joy Morrissey and Mark Jenkinson. Tellers for the noes, Tonia Antoniazzi and Mary Glindon.
ayes to the right were 306. The noes to the left were 229.
The ayes to the right, 306. The noes to the left, 229. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Order. Under the programme motion of 18th March, I must now put the question necessary to bring to a conclusion proceedings on the Lord's messages. Minister, to move the motion to disagree formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment 10F. As mayors that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment 10F. As mayors that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Joy Morrissey and Mark Jenkinson. Tellers for the noes, Tonya Antoniazzi and Mary Glindon. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 305. The noes to the left, 234.
The ayes to the right, 305. The noes to the left, 234. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments. That Michael Tomlinson, Scott Mann, Kieran Mullen, Jane Sunderland, Stephen Kinnock, Colleen Fletcher and Alison Thulis be members of the committee. That Michael Tomlinson be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. That the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 3G and 10F. That Michael Tomlinson, Scott Mann, Kieran Mullen, James Sunderland, Stephen Kinnock, Colleen Fletcher and Alison Thulis be members of the committee. That Michael Tomlinson be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. That the committee do withdraw immediately. As mayors that opinion say aye. Aye. Such enthusiasm. Of the contrary, no. Clear the lobby. The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 3G and 10F. The remainder of the motion I have already put to the House. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes. I've got it. And I can't take it on the voices. The no voices are pretty loud. Tell us for the ayes, Joy Morrissey and Mark Jenkinson. Tell us for the noes, Peter Grant and Stephen Bonner. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right were 309. The noes to the left were 37.
The ayes to the right, 309. The noes to the left, 37. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. That concludes consideration of the Lord's message of 18th April relating to the safety of Rwanda, Asylum and Immigration Bill. Just for clarity, I should say that the result of that division means that the House has decided that the Reasons Committee should be appointed. And I would normally say at that point that the committee do withdraw immediately. Oh, they've probably already gone. Yeah. The House may be called upon to consider a further Lord's message later today, if necessary. And so we come to motion number 2 relating to business of the House today. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As Mayor is that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And we come now to motion number 3 on the Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Bill carryover extension. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Malik.
The question is the motion on the Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Bill as on the order paper. As Mayor is that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And so we come to motion number 4 on the Renters Reform Bill carryover extension. I call the Minister to move the motion formally.
Formally.
The question is the motion on the Renters Reform Bill as on the order papers. Mayor, that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And so we come to motion number 5 on the Economic Activity of Public Bodies Overseas Matters Bill carryover extension. I call the Minister to move the motion formally.
Formally.
The question is the motion on the Economic Activity of Public Bodies Overseas Matters Bill as on the order papers. May that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Order! The question is the motion on the Economic Activity of Public Bodies Overseas Matters Bill as on the order paper. As Mayor is that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us with the ayes Joy Morrissey and Mark Jenkinson. Tell us with the noes Peter Grant and Stephen Bonner. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 304. The noes to the left, 222.
The ayes to the right, 304. The noes to the left, 222. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the money resolution in respect of the pensions special rules for end of life bill. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And we come to the money resolution in respect of the International Freedom of Religion or Belief Bill.
On collective enfranchisement claims from 25 to 50%, as mentioned by the noble Baroness Lady Taylor of Stevenage, and consequently oppose the proposal of the Right Reverend Prelate, the Lord Bishop of Manchester, and the noble Lord Moylan to vote against Clause 28. Your Lordships have heard how giving more say to leaseholders in mixed blocks of residence and commercial units would be a bad idea and negatively impact on investment and the effective running of these blocks. Reform would only help some foreign leaseholders and investors and would result in fewer homes being built, it has been said. My Lords, this is far from the case. I have lived in 2 blocks of mixed developments. One was controlled by a residents' right to manage company with a NatWest bank in the basement, and another contained a number of commercial units and was 100% controlled by the freeholder. I can say categorically that the right to manage block was run better and with cheaper service charges. The freeholder-run block exploited the residents, cross-subsidised the commercial units at the residents' expense, and gave them no effective say over how the block was run. The difference, I would point out to the noble Earl Lisson, was that the RTM block was actually run by the residents and they were managing their own money, whereas the freeholder block was run by a managing company and the freeholders were profligate with the use of residents' cash. So let us be frank, my lords, maintaining the 25% cap is about the freeholders retaining control and nothing about fairness or efficiency. If anyone lives in or invests in a flat in a block, they should have a say over how it's run. For that reason, I oppose the amendments in the names of the noble Lord Thurlow and the noble and Lord Sandhurst, which would have the effect of restricting enfranchisement and further strengthen the position of freeholders by limiting the number of leaseholders who could vote to manage their own blocks of residence. And I must say that also RTM directors are perfectly capable of managing mixed blocks of developments. Freeholders, of course, are keen to take leaseholders' money, but don't want to relinquish control. This can result in a situation where leaseholders represent 95 to 99% of the investment in a building, but have no control, whereas the freeholder, who has an investment of just 1 to 5%, is deemed to own the building and run it for their own profit, while appointing a property management company which proceeds to rip off the leaseholders via excessive service charges and insurance commissions. And as I said, because it's not the freeholders' money, they don't care. That's the difference, my lords. Any leaseholder's attempt to challenge this is fraught with risk and a potentially ruinous cost, so this aspect needs reforming too. My lords, I'm aware of a major lobbying effort by the great estates to protect their feudal privileges built up over hundreds of years. I was invited to dinner by one of them, but didn't go. And my lords, I must say, following the intervention of the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Derby, I would like to refer to the amendment in the name of the Right Reverend Prelate, the Lord Bishop of Manchester, who was refreshingly frank at second reading. He said, yes, the system could be described as feudal, and some of the church property dealt with dated back to the 11th century. In the Church of England's case, their property portfolio is valued at £2 billion. It's a business. They have assets of at least £6.7 billion. And of course, the Church of England, as we all know, does a lot of work with charities and work with the poor. But some have already questioned whether the Church of England's 105,000 acres could be better used, in part at least, to provide the social housing so badly needed by the needy and homeless. And with the great estates, the story is also about retaining their wealth, not about losing it. I have no problem with that. I just don't think it should be at the expense of leaseholders. They need to move with the times. The old ways of fleecing leaseholders is increasingly untenable. Sorry. I was a bit thrown actually by the Bishop of Manchester not being here, and we were going to later talk about marriage value, but that's another part of the debate. But we in Parliament, I believe, have a greater duty than just to the freeholders and their interest, to their over 5 million leaseholders, to reform the leasehold system and preferably abolish it altogether. We heard again at the second reading how some freeholders are seeking to hide behind property rights and the European Convention of Human Rights. But leaseholders have rights too, and these are being deliberately suppressed. On ground rents, as mentioned at the second reading, the Competition and Markets Authority said there was no legal or commercial reason justifying ground rents, and I just had a bill for £300 for my ground rent, and for which I received absolutely no service. Everyone knows that ground rents provide no service, they're purely rent-seeking, they are a legalised scam, and everyone involved knows full well that that's the case. And if pension funds were invested in ground rents, as some of them are, they should find a better use for their money, for example, investing in British companies. Our pension companies invest less in our own country's companies and stock market than any of their international competitors. And I say, my lords, shame on them.
My Lords, Noble Lord Truscott, having sort of mentioned my name, although I haven't spoken yet in this particular group, I'd just like to say that, of course, he represents one viewpoint, and the Noble Lord Lortello and the Right Reverend Prelate and the Bishop of Manchester and Noble Lord Sandhurst represent another, and of course they are portrayed as often being mutually exclusive, but in property terms, that isn't necessarily the case. There clearly are perfectly good managers who really look after not only their residential tenants, but their commercial tenants as well. And there are some rotten managers, and some of them are good corporates or rotten corporates, and some of them are good resident management operations, and some of them are really pretty poor ones. So it's very difficult to make a standard distinction, a standard rule for all of these. What I would say is I think that it is fairly evident from, if one looks at the large urban estates across London, there is a clear sense of purpose in sense of trying to preserve value, the appearance and the general amenity that is represented by the running of that estate. And that inevitably comes at a cost, but hopefully it not only helps the commercial activities, but also helps the amenity of the residents. So let us look what happens if things start going wrong and getting fragmented. Well, the first thing that would happen is there becomes a distinction, if one's not very careful, between the purposes of long-term management in the views of the residents and the purposes of long-term management in the views of what I might call the commercial operator, the commercial landlord. And under the purposes of this bill, if the enfranchisement of a 50% commercial ownership block goes ahead, there will be an enforced lease back to the original freehold owner. So straight away you've got an enforced leaseholder whose business model wasn't quite hypothecated on that basis, but is nonetheless obliged to take this on, but doesn't necessarily anymore have to have the primary amenity and, if you like, visual appeal functions that might be relevant to the residents. And I've seen this happen in historic high streets where ownership has become fragmented in this way, and you tend to find that when a shop becomes vacant, if there are difficulties in the letting market, it'll be let to a charity shop or a slot machine operator or a tanning shop or some other type of operator, because the person who has that needs to move it on quickly. There isn't that fat on the bone in terms of having the larger estate, nor is there the fat on the bone to take on some assignee, as I have had to deal with in the past, who really runs a rather low-grade sort of business, but is well funded, and therefore you have to try and work out whether you can afford to fight an appeal or fight a case on an assignment of a lease in order to see that person off, in order to see that particular trade off. And if you can't, there is a general deterioration of the area. It might be a fast food takeaway that opens late at night. The police might be around every now and again. There might be people congregating there because it is late at night. And that sort of thing affects residents. And if one's not careful, things like the emptying of bins and deliveries of incoming goods to a retail operation can start being operated at times which aren't actually that helpful to the interests of residents who once might have been part of this overall concern. And so I can see both sides of this, and I think we do have to be very careful that not to make standard rules about things which are, where the decision actually is much more nuanced and much more difficult a decision to pick. It really does depend where one is starting from, the circumstances and everything else. As I said earlier in this debate, my interest is in consumer protection. I do not want to see degraded environments. I want to see environments that are lively, that are looked after, where everybody has confidence in them being managed. Fragmented management very, very seldom achieves that. So I think there is an issue, as I said earlier, about management being a slightly different issue to the ownership as such. And I think it's a big issue we've got to address, because this isn't going to be dealt with by a local authority. It has no function there, and beyond the planning functions of a change of use or licensing for some premises that needs licensing, it has very few powers of control. So the overarching control, if it is the sort of thing that needs that overarching control, and it may well be that there's an argument for saying that ecclesiastical environments or heritage environments, and indeed possibly some other environments, need those overarching controls, then we just ought to be very careful that we aren't chucking out that baby with the bathwater and ending up with a slow process of attrition, which actually suits nobody and ends up degrading the value not only of the freeholders who can look after themselves by and large, but more particularly a slow process of attrition of the area and its appeal, which of course is ultimately to the detriment of residents. And I would really not want to go down that road without being very clear what we're doing and making sure there's some way we can pick up on processes of deterioration before they take root.
My Lord, do you mind? Thank you. My Lords, as this is my first intervention today, did speak at second reading. I really just want to say that I regret that this is yet another bill that was heralded with robust rhetoric from the Secretary of State, which has now come face to face with reality, and I regret some of that reality is from those with vested interests, and therefore we are getting a watered-down bill, and it's certainly on these benches we believe it is a missed opportunity. But, Minister, that said, turning to this enfranchisement group, Amendment G16, we on these benches absolutely support the government in that amendment. We need to see as many restrictions on leaseholders' ability to enfranchise removed by this bill. After all, they have bought a home and should be able to easily and affordable, to use the government's own words, extend their lease and buy their freeholds. Turning to Baroness Taylor's Amendment 17, perhaps no surprise that we would also support this amendment, insofar as it would allow the Secretary of State to give more leaseholders rights to collective enfranchise, and we note the detail of the lady's reasons. However, the power cannot and must not be used to narrow the qualifying criteria or to exclude more leaseholders from freehold purchase. We are pleased that it would be subject to the affirmative resolution procedure, as this includes public consultation and the involvement of both houses. However, we do know that cohorts of leaseholders will still not even qualify to buy their freehold under this bill. For example, MPs at the Public Bill Committee in January heard from experts and campaigners that there really is currently a problem with leaseholders in mixed-use buildings. And from our debate today, I'd say we have a problem with mixed-use buildings that needs to be sorted out. Even though the government is admirably using this bill to try to liberate leaseholders in mixed-use blocks by, as we've said, moving the 25 rule on non-residential premises to 50 and introducing mandatory leasebacks on commercial space to slash the cost of collective enfranchisement. But, and I find this a strange one, they have not lifted the restrictive regulations in the 1993 Act that means shared services such as a plant room would disqualify leaseholders from buying out their freehold. Apparently there is even a regulation stipulating that the mere existence of pipes, cables or other fixed installations connecting residential and commercial premises in a mixed-use building would block leaseholders from buying their freedom. My Lords, this means that many leaseholders who would otherwise stand to benefit from the changes on mixed use will be blocked from securing collective enfranchisement and from being in control of their buildings. Perhaps the noble lady, I could ask if we could discuss this particular aspect before we go into report stage. Turning to the three, well, I'll just call them tricky amendments. I noted that the noble lady Baroness Taylor kind of hedged her bets on these very wisely, I think. I suspect it's because, like me, she absolutely knows that the intentions of the Honourable Lords who are speaking are based on really good experience and a genuine wish to see this, but actually worry whether, in fact, this is just another means of putting commercial interests before residential interests. And not getting that balance right. So instinctively, as the noble Lord Truscott stood, and I was really relieved when you stood up and made your comments, that we would instinctively oppose these three amendments, because in our view they do seek to row back. But it has to be said that, you know, I have listened attentively to what's been said, and I'm completely changing what I was going to say to actually say that I genuinely believe that there are some serious areas that do need looking at. There is much experience in the House, but I am concerned that we're being subject to special pleadings, and in particular, Lord Santos, you're pleading with regard to overseas owners. I don't see why we should be bending over backwards to placate overseas owners who are absent and aren't going to do their duty and are hard to contact, and lots of phrases that you all use. I don't see why we should be pandering to that. Surely we should be trying to solve the problem, to bring them into the fold. And phrases such as management difficulties, I think we should be able to solve that. But clearly there are issues. I'd just like to say it's worth saying that the rest of the world managed just fine under resident-controlled common hold systems, and they do so with some truly remarkable mixed-use developments, with cinemas, shopping centres, train stations, and all sorts of facilities and infrastructure. They are not asking to adopt our leasehold arrangement. So whilst I would accept from the noble lords the debate that there are issues that need to be probed further and spoken about and listened to, perhaps in a round table discussion before we get on to report stage. But our instincts are that these are shoring up the interests of commercial leaseholders, because let's face it, freeholders, that's where the money is.
Mm-hmm. Well said. My Lords, very briefly, in the descriptions that have been put forward, the Right Reverend Prelate of these kind of thriving communities, and I mean, you know, it sounded idyllic and so on. The way that the noble Lord Earl of Lytton talked about, you know, making sure that we understood that there might be some bad players, but there are also some very enlightened players. It made it sound as though, you know, that really this is just a question of having the right people in charge. Whereas I actually think it's a systemic problem. And one of the reasons why I'm anxious about this is because I don't really mind myself. I mean, it's always nicer to have friendly, you know, non-rip-off freeholders. That's a genuinely a positive thing. But I don't think that we should be grateful that we're not being ripped off in the homes that we live in. And the system problem is that people lack autonomy and control and over their homes, over where they live and of their destiny. And I just wanted to throw in that actually a successful community depends on people retaining their autonomy, and rather than being grateful that they're being looked after. I also think that it's incredibly important what the noble Baroness Thornhill pointed out. And I think it was really, you know, Lord Truscott's really made an excellent speech, by the way, laying some of this out, which is there are thriving communities with mixed-use abilities all over the world that do not use leasehold. This idea that we're now getting to a point where we're saying, oh, what if we don't have leasehold here? We'll never have a local swimming pool, and there'll be no community centres. What's going to happen to all the shops? I mean, this is actually mythological. So I just wanted to point out that although I agree that one needs to look at the complexities, and I, for one, am actually all for nuance in relation to this and not just blustering away, I also think we should stop myth building about the wonders of the system, when in fact inherent in it is and why we want enfranchisement in the first place is because our citizens, when they buy a house, should have control over it. And they should not have nobody else. That's their home, and then they can work collectively on building the community. At the moment, they denied that, which is why we're trying to tackle the problem of leasehold in the first instance.
Okay.
My Lords, I thank all noble lords for their contributions, and I would like to start by thanking especially the noble Baroness Taylor of Stevenage for Amendment 17, which seeks to amend the description of a premises that are excluded from the collective enfranchisement rights where leaseholders would otherwise qualify. I know the amendment is well-intentioned so that there is flexibility to amend the description of exceptions without new primary legislation. The amendment introduces a broad power for ministers to change fundamental elements of the structure of the regime, which are substantive areas of policy. And the government is already making changes to primary legislation by increasing the non-residential limit from 25% to 50%, following extensive consultations, which is right and proper. The powers in this amendment would affect the very core of the regime and how it is structured, rather than amending mere procedural changes, and to make sure that stakeholders have certainty as to how the law will work in practice, changes to fundamental structure of statutory regime should be clear and stable. And while the intention behind the amendment is noble, the government is not able to accept it, as it is not proportionate or reasonable for the proper functioning of the regime. It would be a sweeping power to change the fundamental structure of the enfranchisement regime after it has been improved by Parliament. This amendment would introduce uncertainty into the new system, meaning that both leaseholders and landlords would need to second-guess whether changes may be made at relatively short notice, introducing volatility to the regime, and this could potentially lead to undesirable outcomes, such as potentially undermining confidence in the long-term investment decisions for mixed-use premises, or lead to irregular design of floor space in anticipation of future changes. And I want to make it clear that the Law Commission has spent years considering qualifying criteria and have assessed different options in their consultation process before putting forward their recommendations to increase the non-residential threshold to 50%. It could also remove rights of leaseholders or landlords in a disproportionate way and create unnecessary uncertainty and divergence likely to complicate the overall regime, with consequential effects on the behaviour of different stakeholders in different ways. And therefore I hope that I've convinced the noble Baroness that the amendment is not proportionate and it is therefore withdrawn. I'd also like to thank my noble friend Lord Sandhurst for the Amendment 17A, which would exclude long leases held by overseas companies from being qualifying tenants for the purpose of collective enfranchisement. My Lords, the government's aim is to improve leaseholders' tenure and address the historic imbalance of power between freeholders and leaseholders. And the bill does not confirm different rights on leaseholders by how their leases are held. The government does not think that implementing such a definition yes, in respect of which leaseholders have rights and which do not is workable or desirable. Amending the definition of a qualifying tenant for the collective enfranchisement will make it harder for other leaseholders in a building to meet the numbers required to enfranchise, should they so wish. And attempting to restrict some leaseholders may well disenfranchise others, meaning that many leaseholders up and down the country could lose the opportunity to exercise their rights. Furthermore, it would remove the existing rights of some leaseholders and complicate the system overall, contrary to the aims of the government. I understand the intention of the amendment may be to safeguard against circumstances where non-residents or overseas companies do not take an active interest in the management of a building or who are slow to respond. However, we expect most multi-occupancy buildings will be managed by professional management companies on behalf of freeholders, as they are now. And I would like to thank my noble friend again for the amendment, but I cannot accept it because it runs contrary to the aims of the government and may restrict leaseholders' rights. I therefore ask that I hope my noble friend is content to withdraw his amendment. My Lords, I'd also like to thank the Lord Bishop, or the Right Reverend Lord Bishop of Derby, for speaking on behalf of the Lord Bishop of Manchester, who I have had a number of meetings with about this issue. And I'm very happy if the Right Reverend Prelate takes back the fact that I will continue that discussion if the Lord Bishop of Manchester so wishes. But also my noble friend Lord Moylan for notice of their intention to oppose the question that Clause 28 stands part of the bill. Clause 28 increases the non-residential limit for the collective enfranchisement claims to proceed in mixed-use buildings from 25 to 50%. The clause implements the Law Commission recommendation, which has been subject to comprehensive consultation by the Law Commission and the Department. I note the Right Reverend Prelate and my noble friend's concerns, which have been raised through various consultations and with freeholders and with landlords. The bill's impact assessment considers the impact of increasing the non-residential limit for collective enfranchisement claims, including the potential impact on freeholders, high streets and businesses. The increase to 50% strikes a fair and proportionate balance and will ensure that leaseholders are not unfairly prevented from claiming the right to manage in respect of buildings that are majority residential, and protects the freeholders and commercial leaseholders in buildings that are majority commercial. Freeholders can also protect their commercial interests by taking back a lease back of the commercial unit by securing their interest with a 999-year lease back at a peppercorn rent. And we recognise the importance of the responsibility of building management and would expect those, as I've said, who do exercise their right to take over their buildings will employ the use of professional managing agents, ensuring the building is managed with the appropriate expertise, as we've heard from Lord Truscott about the issues that he is aware of. So I would ask that the increase, I would say that the government considers that this increase is proportionate, and I would ask the Right Reverend Prelate and my noble friend to support Clause 28 and that it stands part of the bill. I'd also like to thank the noble Lord Thurlow for Amendment 18, which seeks to apply a residency test to the collective enfranchisement claims in buildings with more than 25% non-residential floor space. As we've discussed, Clause 28 of this bill amends the Leasehold Reform, Housing and Urban Regeneration Act 1993 to increase the non-residential limit for collective enfranchisement claims from 25 to 50%. Clause 28 implements a Law Commission recommendation that seeks to broaden access to collective enfranchisement for leaseholders living in mixed-use buildings where the non-residential elements can constitute up to 50% of the floor space. The existing qualifying criteria requires leaseholders representing at least 50% of the flats in a building to participate in a collective enfranchisement claim. When compliant with this existing criteria, the noble Lord's amendment would only allow claims in mixed-use buildings with more than 25% non-residential floor space, where at least 25% of the flats are owner-occupied. For leaseholders in mixed-use buildings where less than 25% of the flats are owner-occupied, but more than 25% of the floor space is non-residential, this new clause would have the effect of removing all the benefit of Clause 28. This would leave leaseholders unable to collectively buy the freehold of their building because of how their neighbours choose to use their properties. It would also complicate all claims in buildings over 25% non-residential floor space, as participating leaseholders would be required to demonstrate that they are owner-occupiers. This could lead to claims taking longer, costing more, and would provide freeholders with another opportunity to frustrate leaseholders' right to buy their freehold. And this is counter to the government's aims in this area to broaden access to collective freehold ownership for all leaseholders and simplify and not complicate the system leaseholders use to do so. Lord Thurlow asked about why we weren't introducing it. And the government is committed, as I've said, to broadening this access to collective enfranchisement and making it cheaper and easier for leaseholders to buy their freehold. And as I've said, any residency test would complicate this system, my lords. Lord Thurlow also asked about compensation, and our reforms to enfranchisement valuation ensures that sufficient compensation is paid to landlords to reflect their legitimate property interests. And for these reasons, my lords, I would ask the noble lord to withdraw his amendment and move my amendment, my lords.
On clause 27, amendment 16. Question is that amendment be agreed to. Is many that people say content? To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. The question is that clause 27 as amended stand part of the bill. Is many that people say content? Contrary, not content. Contents have it. Amendment 17, Baroness Taylor, not moved. Amendment 17A, Lord Sandhurst, not moved. The question is that clause 28 stand part of the bill. As many of that people say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it. After clause 28, amendment 18, Lord Thurlow, not moved. Schedule 3, amendment 19, Baroness Scott.
My Lords, before I start, I wish to declare that my wife is an employee at the Crown Estate as set out in the Ministerial Register of Interests. I beg to move Government Amendments 19, 20, 21 and 22 in my noble friend Baroness Scott's name. These amendments are consequential to the repeal of the right for public authorities to block freehold acquisition and lease extension claims of houses for purposes of redevelopment. This relates to Section 28 of the Leasehold Reform Act 1967. Removing this blocker will allow more leaseholders to enfranchise. The power to block enfranchisement was given to authorities named on a list in the same section of the Act. The list of authorities is, however, used for wider purposes. For example, the list may be used by separate legislation when a lease has reached its end and expired. When this happens, the listed public authorities could apply to the courts to seek possession for the purposes of redevelopment. These amendments preserve the list and its use for wider current law as it is moved into sections 29 and 38 of this bill. Turning to Government Amendments 25, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40 and 49 in the name of my noble friend Baroness Scott. Government Amendment 32 addresses the enfranchisement valuation procedure regarding chained leases. That is where successive long leases of a house are treated as one single long lease. The amendment makes it clear that the exception for market rack rent leases will apply only where the leaseholder's current lease is a market rack rent lease. It will not matter whether a previous lease was a market rent lease. This will protect leaseholders and mean that in the case of chained leases, where a previous lease might have been granted for no or low premium, freeholders will be prevented from unfairly gaining through the new valuation scheme. Government Amendment 39 clarifies the rules on which lease to consider when valuing a lease comprised of a chain of leases, treated as one single lease, where one of them was granted for high rent and low or no premium. The amendment states that it is the most recent lease that should be looked at. This will determine whether the ground rent cap should apply in the enfranchisement valuation. This will protect leaseholders and mean that in the case of chained leases, where a previous lease might have been granted for a high ground rent, but for little or no premium, freeholders will be prevented from unfairly gaining through the new valuation scheme. Government Amendments 25, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37 and 38 and 40 are minor amendments that will tidy up the bill by aligning two different sets of terminology used to mean the same thing across the bill. This will help to avoid any potential for confusion and has no material impact on the valuation provisions in this bill. Government Amendment 30 is a minor amendment to Schedule 4. As currently drafted, the bill would incorrectly require valuation of a freehold for a lease extension. We are fixing this to align with the new valuation scheme so that a lease extension will require evaluation of a notional lease. This will ensure that the provision works for lease extensions as intended. This amendment does not change the scope or effect of Assumption 3 in Schedule 4. It simply makes sure that it is phrased correctly. Government Amendment 49 is a minor correctment of a grammatical error in Clause 41, so that it refers to the appropriate tribunal. In this case, the appropriate tribunal can make orders regarding the new right for intermediate landlords to commute, that is, reduce, the rent that they pay following lease extensions and ground rent buyout claims by their tenants. Turning to Government Amendments 50, 51, 52 and 56 in my noble friend Baroness Scott's name, as noble lords are aware, whenever making new legislation, it is of the utmost importance that we review any consequential amendments required to be made, including to other acts of Parliament. We have therefore conducted a thorough review of how the reforms brought forward in this bill will require necessary changes. The following amendments focus specifically on consequential changes resulting from Part 2 of this bill. Government Amendment 52 is a minor and technical amendment which reflects the movement of material from Section 175 of the Housing Act 1985 into the new Section 7A of the 1967 Act. This amendment preserves a part of the current law which deals with a number of exemptions for the valuation of a freehold acquisition under Section 9(1) of the 1967 Act, which will still be available under a preserved law claim. This will make sure that the bill retains the current restrictions and will remove any potential for unintentionally expanding the number of tenants who qualify for a Section 9(1) valuation and consequently for a preserved law claim. Right to buy tenants who qualify for enfranchisement rights will be no worse off, and they benefit in the same way from the new valuation scheme as with other leaseholders. Government Amendment 53 inserts a new clause which acts as a paving amendment to introduce a new schedule. This new schedule brings together the consequential amendments to other legislation. As a result of this new schedule, Government Amendments 50 and 51 remove consequential amendments to the Housing and Planning Act 1986, which are currently contained in Schedule 8. These are now addressed in a new schedule. Government Amendment 56 inserts the new schedule entitled Part 2 Consequential Amendments to Other Legislation. This new schedule is extensive and brings together the consequential amendments across 19 other acts into a single place. None of the amendments make separate substantive changes, but rather the new schedule allows this bill to mesh with and integrate seamlessly with other legislation. So to summarise, these consequential amendments will remove provisions which will become obsolete as a result of other changes made by the bill, enable freehold acquisition claims of houses under Section 9(1) of the Leasehold Reform Act 1967 to continue to operate as they do currently, whilst making sure that provisions in other legislation do not override our new valuation scheme, make clear how to treat the valuation of freehold acquisitions for right-to-buy tenants, preserve the current law so that non-litigation costs payable on enfranchisement do not attract stamp duty land tax, allowing the operations of stamp duty land tax to continue as intended, and make sure that provisions of other acts governing shared ownership leases will still function properly following the repeal of some shared ownership provisions in the 1967 Act. Turning to Government Amendments 88 and 89 in my noble friend Baroness Scott's name, these are tidying up amendments to align the terminology in Clause 77 with the terminology used elsewhere in Part 5 of the bill. And finally, my lords, it is with sincere thanks for bearing with me and for your patience that I turn to Government Amendment 90 in my noble friend Baroness Scott's name. This is a clarificatory amendment which seeks to deal with any potential confusion over the extent to which the bill applies to event fees. As noble lords may know, some leases require the leaseholder to pay a fee on certain events, such as the sale of the premises or a change of occupancy. These so-called event fees are common in specialist housing for older people. How event fee terms are drafted varies from one lease to the next, as does what the money is used for. This amendment is not concerned with the regulation of event fees. The government has committed to making event fees fairer and more transparent and will implement agreed Law Commission recommendations when parliamentary time allows. There is a risk in the current drafting of the bill that the specific nature and purpose of event fees may be regarded as an administration charge under Clause 81 of the bill. This would in turn mean that they are subject to the test of reasonableness, which we do not consider appropriate for a fee of this nature. This amendment therefore sets out a definition of an event fee and makes it clear, for the avoidance of doubt, that any event fee is not to be regarded as an administration charge. My Lords, I beg to move.
Amendment proposed, Schedule 3, page 151, line 13. At end, insert the words on the marshalled list.
I just rise to thank my fellow East Lancastrian Noble Lord the Minister for introducing those technical tidying up and clarification amendments.
My Lord, I just want to, I think I've spoken at great length ad nauseum about many of these amendments. I too would like to thank, I apologise to everyone, but I too would like to thank and say how much of a pleasure it is to follow my long-lost brother from East Lancashire, Lord Khan. I beg to move.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content.
Content.
Contrary not content. Contents have it. Does the government wish to move amendments 20, 21 and 22 to the schedule en bloc? Question is amendments 20, 21 and 22 be agreed en bloc. As many of that opinion will say content.
Content.
Contrary not content. The contents have it. The question is that Schedule 3 as amended stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say content.
Content.
To the contrary not content. The contents have it. Clauses 30 to 35 stand part of the bill. Is the government content to move those en bloc?
Move en bloc.
Question is that clauses 30 to 35 en bloc stand part of the bill. As many are as that opinion will say content.
Content.
To the contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I will now adjourn the House during pleasure to until we are ready to consider the message from the Commons on the Rwanda Bill. The time the House will resume will be displayed on the Annunciator. I beg to move that the House do now resume.
It's necessary, it's not the House, this is the committee, that we resume the House before doing that.
Sorry,
Deputy Speaker, would you like to move that?
yes, I beg to move that the House do now resume.
Question is the House is now resume. As many of that opinion say content. Contrary not content. The contents have it.
I beg to move that the House do now adjourn during pleasure.
Question is the House do now adjourn during pleasure. As many of that opinion say content. Contrary not content. The contents have it.
Lord Speaker.
Message from the Commons that they disagree to the amendments made by the Lords to the Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill, for which they assign reasons.
My Lords, consideration of Commons reasons on the Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill. Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I beg to move that the Commons reasons be considered forthwith.
The question is that the Commons reasons be considered forthwith. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Contrary not content, the contents have it. Motion A, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I beg to move motion A that this House do not insist on its amendment 3G, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 3H. I will also speak to motions B and B1. My Lords, I'm very grateful to noble Lords on all sides of the House for the careful consideration of this bill. It is important that we have such detailed debates, and the bill has been scrutinised to the extent it has, but we must now accept that the will of the elected House and get this bill onto the statute book. My Lords, turning to the amendment in the name of the noble Lord, Lord Hope. Having now debated this issue on so many occasions, I will not repeat the same arguments, but I will remind your Lordship's House of a key point of which I'm sure by now you are fully aware. The bill's provisions come into force when the treaty enters into force. And the treaty enters into force when the parties have completed their internal procedures. My Lords, we will only ratify the treaty in the UK once we agree with Rwanda that all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. And I refer to the noble and learned Lord Hope's remarks during our debate on the 20th of March, where the noble Lord set out, I want to make it plain that I do not for a moment question the good faith of the government of Rwanda when they entered into the agreement or when they seek to give effect to what the treaty says. I do not for a moment question their determination to fulfil the obligations that they are undertaking. My Lords, the government entirely agrees with this sentiment. The noble Lord was right not to question the determination of the Rwandan government to fulfil the obligations that they are undertaking. Their commitment to the partnership and their obligations under the treaty have been demonstrated by the progress they are making towards implementation. And I set out last week the recent steps that have been taken to implement the treaty, and I don't intend to repeat those again, but I am pleased to be able to confirm further progress. On the 19th of April, the Rwandan Parliament passed their domestic legislation to implement their new asylum system. The new Rwandan asylum law will strengthen and streamline key aspects of the end-to-end asylum system, in particular decision-making processes and associated appeals processes. I will also remind noble Lords of the role of the Independent Monitoring Committee, which, as you will now by all be aware, has been enhanced under the terms of treaty to ensure compliance in practice with the obligations under the treaty. The Monitoring Committee will have the power to set its own priority areas for monitoring. It will have unfettered access for the purposes of completing assessments and reports, and the ability to publish these reports as it sees fit. They will monitor the entire relocation process from the beginning, including initial screening, to relocation and settlement in Rwanda. Crucially, the Monitoring Committee will undertake daily monitoring of the partnership for at least the first 3 months to ensure rapid identification of and response to any shortcomings. And as we have made clear, if the Monitoring Committee were to raise or escalate any issues to the Joint Committee, where standing members of the Joint Committee are senior officials of the Government of the UK and the Government of the Republic of Rwanda, with responsibility for areas related to the partnership, or areas with a strong interest and relevance in this activity, the government will, of course, listen. And I will remind noble Lords that it is up to the Independent Monitoring Committee to raise any issues at any point. My Lords, the government is satisfied that Rwanda is safe. I cannot, of course, predict what will happen in the future, but as I've set out, I can assure this House that we have already established the right mechanisms, so should a situation ever arise, the government will respond as necessary. And this would include a range of options to respond to the circumstances, including any primary legislation as required. Therefore, my Lords, this amendment is not necessary. Turning to the motion in the name of the noble Lord Brown. As I have said previously, the government greatly values the contribution of those who have supported us and our armed forces overseas, and that is why there are legal routes for them to come to the UK. On the 1st of February, the Ministry of Defence updated Parliament on developments relating to the Afghan Relocations and Assistance Policy, ARAP scheme, announcing a reassessment of decisions made on applications with credible links to Afghan specialist units. This followed the Ministry of Defence's review of processes around eligibility decisions for applicants claiming service in Afghan specialist units that demonstrated instances of inconsistent application of ARAP criteria in certain cases. We are taking necessary steps to ensure that ARAP criteria are applied consistently. As such, the Ministry of Defence has decided to undertake a reassessment of all eligibility decisions made on ineligible applications, with credible claims of links to Afghan specialist units. This reassessment is being done by a team which is independent of those who conducted the original casework. They will review each application thoroughly on a case-by-case basis. In existing legislation, including but not limited to the Illegal Migration Act, the Secretary of State has a range of powers to consider cases and specific categories of persons. I've already made clear and a clear commitment on behalf of His Majesty's Government that we will consider how removal under existing immigration legislation would apply. That means that once this review of ARAP decisions for those with credible links to Afghan specialist units has concluded, the Government will not remove to Rwanda those who have received a positive eligibility decision as a result of this review, where they are already in the UK as of today. The Government recognises the commitment and responsibility that comes with combat veterans, whether our own or those who showed courage by serving alongside us, and we will not let them down. My Lords, the Commons have considered and rejected these amendments 4 times. For the reasons I've set out, they are not necessary. We will only ratify the treaty once we agree with Rwanda that all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. We will not relocate people to Rwanda, and if circumstances change which impact upon the safety of the country, and we will not turn our backs on those who have supported our armed forces and the UK government. My Lords, illegal migration is costing billions of pounds and innocent lives are being lost. Bold, novel solutions are required, and our partnership with Rwanda offers just that. Rwanda is a safe country that has proven time and again its ability to offer asylum seekers a safe haven and a chance to build a new life. And I beg to move.
Is that motion A be agreed to? Motion A1, Lord Anderson of Ipswich.
My Lords, I beg to move motion A1 as an amendment to motion A at end insert, and do propose amendment 3J as an amendment in lieu. I do so in the unavoidable absence of the noble and learned Lord Hope of Craighead, who tabled the previous versions of Amendment 3 and who has been good enough to approve this one. We are in the end game now. We will, this week, have a law that provides for the offshore processing and settlement of asylum seekers in Rwanda. Its benefits remain to be seen. Its costs will be measured not only in money, but in principles debased, disregard for our international commitments, avoiding statutory protections for the vulnerable, and the removal of judicial scrutiny over the core issue of the safety of Rwanda. That is now a fact, and there is nothing more we can do about it. But there is a further principle, as precious as any of those, to which we can still hold fast. One might call it the principle of honesty in lawmaking. I presume on your Lordship's patience this evening, because we have it in our power to reinstate that principle without damaging the purpose of this bill or delaying its passage any further. We are concerned with the safety of Rwanda both in the present and in the future. This bill is honest about neither. The present position is governed by Clause 1(2) of the bill, which, and I quote, gives effect to the judgment of Parliament that Rwanda is a safe country. Yet there has been no statement, even by the government, that Rwanda is currently a safe country, as defined in Clause 1(5). The noble Lord the Minister said just now, and I noted his words, they're the same words he used last Wednesday, we will only ratify the treaty once we agree with Rwanda that all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. My Lords, this has not yet happened. Against the background of what the Supreme Court described on the evidence before it as, and I quote, the past and continuing practice of refoulement, Those obligations include, by Article 10.3 of the treaty, the agreement of an effective system to ensure that refoulement no longer occurs. The Minister has repeatedly declined the invitations of the Noble Lord Kerr to confirm that this system, a precondition for the safety of Rwanda, is fully set up and ready to go. Neither have we heard anything from the Monitoring Committee. So while the Minister's confidence is comforting up to a point, we are simply not in a position to make the judgment that this bill imputes to us. The bill's treatment of the future is still further from reality. Parliament is asked to declare that Rwanda will always be a safe country, even if the progress made since the genocide of the 1990s, and one can only commend Rwanda for that, should ever falter or go into reverse. Decision makers, immigration officials, courts, even the Secretary of State are bound by Clause 2 to treat Rwanda conclusively as safe in perpetuity. So bluntly, we are asked to be complicit in a present-day untruth and a future fantasy by making a factual judgment not backed by evidence, then by declaring that this judgment must stand for all time, irrespective of the true facts. This in the context not of some technical deeming provision in the tax code, but of a factual determination on a matter of huge controversy on which the safety of human beings will depend. This is a post-truth bill. To adapt a phrase we have often heard from the Noble Lord Norton of Louth, it takes the culture of justification, which is the trademark of this House, and replaces it with a culture of assertion. It takes hopes and rebadges them as facts. It uses the sovereign status of this Parliament as a shield from scrutiny, and it makes a mockery of this bill. My amendment addresses first the present and then the future. The first part, subclause 1.7, requires the Secretary of State to tell us when, in his judgment, Rwanda is safe. It is this statement, not the judgment we are supposed to be reaching tonight, that will determine when the flights may lawfully begin. He has the detailed evidence on this. We, despite our best efforts, have had only scraps. In previous versions of the amendment, this ministerial statement on the safety of Rwanda has been conditional on a favourable opinion from the government's own monitoring committee, established under the treaty, which we are told is already operational and which is ideally placed to assess the evidence. It has been objected on previous occasions that the monitoring committee should have no more than an advisory role. Lord Hope and I have listened and revised this amendment, which now provides only for the monitoring committee to be consulted. The statement on safety would be purely for the Secretary of State. The Noble and Learned Lord Faulkner asked the Minister last Tuesday to confirm that, and I quote, "Before the government are satisfied that Rwanda is a safe country, they will seek the views of the monitoring committee." No such assurance was forthcoming. I cannot say why not. Perhaps we will get an assurance this evening. Failing that, this amendment would write one into law. The second part of my amendment, new subclause 8, deals with the future. Lord Hope pointed out the problem in these terms. No provision is made anywhere in the bill for what should happen if the facts change and everyone can see that Rwanda is no longer safe. Sir Jeremy Wright, Sir Bob Neal and Sir Robert Buckland, none of them lefty lawyers the last time I checked, have made the same point in the Commons debates. The Minister indicated last week that if the government thought Rwanda had become unsafe, there might be some unspecified parliamentary occasion to mark that development. But of course, no such occasion, other than the passage of a full Act of Parliament, could do the trick. That, I think, was effectively acknowledged by the Minister in the Commons this afternoon. This assumption of perpetual parliamentary infallibility is an embarrassment and a nonsense. Fortunately, there is an alternative which presents not the slightest threat to what the government is seeking to achieve. New subclause 8 would give the Secretary of State an untrammelled power to decide in the future that Rwanda is no longer a safe country. Such a decision would release all decision makers, including himself, from a legal fiction that makes the law look like an ass and those who make it asses. So, my lords, there is a speedy and effective way to reinstate the principle of honesty in lawmaking. To quote the parting words of Sir Robert Buckland, who rebelled this afternoon alongside Sir Jeremy Wright, "Sort this out now." I persist in the hope that reason may yet break out in the Minister's response. If it does not, I propose to test the opinion of the House. I beg to move.
Yeah. The original question was that motion A be agreed to. Since when motion A1 has been moved as an amendment to motion A, at end insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question, therefore, is that motion A1 be agreed to.
Lords, I rise to speak to motion B1 and amendment 10H in lieu. My Lords, I've given a great deal of thought in recent times to this question of what courage and strength looks like. So I ask myself today, is it a desperate and unpopular Prime Minister threatening to keep some of us septuagenarians up all night if we do not bow to his will? Or is it putting yourself and your family in mortal peril by fighting totalitarianism alongside British forces with no idea of how that struggle will end? I know which I consider to be brave and strong, and I believe that the overwhelming majority of your lordships, like others of whatever age or political persuasion up and down the United Kingdom, agree. For weeks, ministers have toured the TV and radio studios saying that to repay our debt of honour to those who served the Crown in Afghanistan in particular would let some floodgates of application open. Well, my Lords, if the concession I seek would open such floodgates, creating oceans of impostors, this would only be as a result of the government's own incompetence and lack of preparation. And it's incompetence as well as dishonour that has brought us here this evening. Yeah. In the summer of 2021, the former Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, told us in a statement to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee that Her Majesty's Government was developing a plan for the evacuation of our exposed allies and agents from Afghanistan. If you'll allow me a moment to get this part of my script, I'll read the exact words to him. He told the Foreign Affairs Select Committee in July 2021 the government were planning for the possibility of an evacuation of British citizens and those who were quite rightly entitled to think that we had a moral obligation to secure their lives. I remember, in fact, post-Operation Pitting, asking if someone would share that plan to me to see if the plan included the very reality that those who were sent to help people evacuate left before those who needed to be evacuated could be. My Lords, later we were told by the Prime Minister, with a statement repeated in your Lordship's House. The statement was repeated in your Lordship's House, and I read now from the Hansard of Tuesday the 7th September, where the statement in its full is set out. Later, the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, in this statement, told your Lordships that the Taliban must ensure safe passage and that Her Majesty's Government would keep ongoing evacuation plans under review in respect of just such people. In fact, he said this: "Let me say to anyone to whom we have made commitments and who is currently in Afghanistan, we are working urgently with our friends in the region to secure safe passage, and as soon as routes are available, we will do everything possible to help you reach safety." That's the words of the Prime Minister that were repeated here. And in fact, when this particular statement was repeated in your Lordship's House, we were then told also that this plan had been in existence for most of that year, and that it had been reviewed in January and was repeatedly reviewed in order that the chaos that we saw at the Kabul airport would not happen, but it did. My Lords, you would have thought, with all of that planning behind, all of that information, with the fact that we had recruited the triples, that we had trained them, and that we paid them out of the embassy in in Kabul, you would have thought that the 2,000 people who made them up, who were the most at risk, who had been working for us in harm's way, would have been known about, recorded and evacuated, and it would be the simplest thing in the world to triage anybody who claimed to be of that group out of the process of Arab. But that's not how it turned out. Instead, a great many were left behind, and so the disastrous evacuation plan of 2021 continues. My Lords, the government created this problem that has caused at least 9 of those who fought for us to be executed by the Taliban, because promised safe passage never appeared. Her Majesty's government told us even last week that there would be no concession in respect of those people who had come here because they were frightened of their lives and were entitled to be frightened of their lives and to find a way of getting here if there was no safe passage. So why no concession for so long? I'm asked this question every day. Every day since I started debating this issue, I'm asked by many people, including many Conservative politicians, why no concession? Why have they not been able to work something out with you, they say to me. Why the delay? Either they have no confidence in their ability to implement this plan and are seeking in some way to delay it that's not their responsibility, or they just want the theatre of delay to their flagship bill to blame Labour, the Lords, the courts and so on. Today, you finally bring a concession, having offered and then withdrawn it last week. They refuse to put it in the face of the bill. And I break away now because, my Lords, I'm going to ask the Noble Lord the Minister if he will either reread the passage of his speech that I call a concession. I know he doesn't, but that I call a concession, and he will read it a bit more slowly to your Lordship's House so that you can understand what the implications of it are. If not, if he has a printed copy, I'll read it slowly. I invite him to read it again, please. Would you do it now? Because it's important to the rest of my speech.
Yes, I will. With the leave of the House, I will read it very slowly. That means that once this review of Arab decisions for those with credible links to Afghan specialist units has concluded, the government will not remove to Rwanda those who received a positive eligibility decision as a result of this review, where they are already in the UK as of today.
Already in the UK. Well, you cannot be removed and deported to Rwanda unless you are here by what the government call illegal means, but what I call irregular means. So, my Lords, those words are important for this reason. The Noble Lord, the Minister, does not believe this to be a concession. It is to him a restatement of what he has been telling us for some time, but in a different form. It is, my Lords, quite clearly in my view, a concession, although I guarantee you now that the media out there are being briefed that it's not, because there can be no concessions with this bill. But let me tell you why it's a concession. In the report stage of the debates in your Lordship's House on this bill, on the 4th of March, at column 1421, I asked this question of the Noble Lord the Minister. Will the Minister answer the question I asked in February when this review was announced, meaning the Triples review of eligibility to Iraq? Will anyone who is eligible but was told they were ineligible and acted in a way in which a small number of them did in extremis to protect themselves from possible death be disqualified from being allowed to become eligible on review? Will they be excluded from the requirement of the Illegal Migration Act and this bill, if it becomes law, that they must be deported to Rwanda? The Noble Lord answered for the first time he was in a position to do so. I think he said, I understand they will be deported to Rwanda. Now they will not be. Now that is a concession in anybody's language.
Absolutely.
Until then. And it is an extremely important concession, because these are the small number of people that in every speech I have made in support of my amendment, I have said that are the target of my ambition, that they will not be deported. So today they finally bring a concession, having offered and then withdrawn. So should I trust them at their word? They left these people behind. They messed up any subsequent evacuation plan. This is the third opportunity competently to do the right thing. Why should I trust them now? I'll tell you, my lords, why I am minded to consider doing so, although I haven't yet made up my mind. Because we, my lords, are now part of a grand coalition, including noble and gallant lords, many very senior politicians and officials who have secured this country for years, who have put their names to this, veterans, campaigners, and so many voters of all persuasions and traditions across our nations, and we will not be silent until today's promise is honoured by this government or the next one. Finally, my lords, what does this ignominious history tell us about the Rwanda policy as a whole? There were no safe routes for those heroes to whom we owe a debt of honour. Still less are there safe routes for any other genuine refugees worthy of the promise of the Refugee Convention, also paid for in courage and strength in an earlier war so many years ago. So while I may not press my motion this evening, I look forward to the day when a Labour government repeals this immoral and unlawful excuse for legislation in total.
My Lords, it's a privilege to follow the noble Lord, Lord Brown of Ladyton. His persistence, his clarity and his determination have, in my view, led to a meaningful concession, and it is a concession, by the government on a very important issue. To those who say that your Lordship's House has not behaved in a legitimate and constitutional way in relation to this bill, we can at the very least point to the concession that's been made to the noble Lord, Lord Brown, as justification for still being here debating this bill tonight. I stand principally to speak in favour and in total support of the absolutely admirable speech given by my noble friend Lord Anderson in favour of Amendment A1. I will return briefly to Amendment A1 in a few moments, but before I do, I wish to place on the record something that concerns me very much about the fact that we are debating this matter at all today. And I do so with appreciation for the characteristically gracious and considerate words spoken by the Government Chief Whip. When she spoke earlier this afternoon, I wasn't in the House because I didn't know she was going to say it, but I have been able to watch it on that splendid organ, Parliament Live TV. I speak as a religiously confused person, born with 100% Jewish blood, but brought up in the Church of England by convert parents. I note that there may well be some Jewish peers in the House today. Others I know are absent on the grounds of conviction and conscience, for today is the first day of the Passover festival of Pesach, one of the Jewish religion's most sacred holidays, a day when Jewish families gather together with their friends sometimes, I should have been at one such event tonight, around a dinner table to pray, to eat, to sing, and to retell the story of the Exodus with the help of a narrative liturgy called the Haggadah. For those who have been to such an event, to such a Seder, it is a joyful experience and brings home to one the importance of the first day of Passover. I am told that strong representations were made, not least by the Labour Party, through the usual channels to avoid the final stages of the Safety of Rwanda Bill being heard today. The Jewish community, although it places great importance on the first and indeed the second days of Pesach, would have been willing to be here tomorrow or any other day this week. And unfortunately, that was refused. I've tried very hard to think of a legitimate reason for that refusal. If this debate had taken place on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or next week, it would not have made any material difference to the government's position.
And nothing that was said by the Prime Minister, who on the 11th of November displayed properly and rightly his devotion to his own religion in public, has justified choosing today for this debate. And I take it as an offence to our ambitions for diversity in this country. Sermon over. I now turn to the government's inexplicable, in my view, refusal to accept Lord Hope's amendments and what are now my noble friend Lord Anderson's amendments. All they would require was for a very small piece of verification to take place in Parliament. A piece of verification that either Rwanda is a safe country or that it's not a safe country. And surely it is right that if there is to be the kind of fiction spoken of very eloquently by my noble friend, there should be that verification in Parliament. At the moment, even if the Secretary of State became aware that Rwanda is non-compliant, the bill as it stands would mean that it would still be deemed compliant. Is there anybody in this House who doesn't honestly think that that is nonsense? And then we have the rhetoric that has been behind this. Even this morning, the Prime Minister talked about stopping the boats and claimed that the worldwide publicity that this bill has received has resulted in stopping the boats. Well, he's not been reading the same newspapers and watching the same websites as me, I'm afraid, my lords. In the last 2.5 months, the number of people on those boats has increased over the previous year. He chose to give the figures for an earlier period in his extraordinary press conference this morning. And what that adage, "stop the boats," has become is just an idle boast. And I would say to the government, it's time to stop the boasts, because this is not stopping the boats. Then we've discovered in recent days, do you remember, my lords, that picture of then Home Secretary Suella Braverman sitting, watching admiringly, looking admiringly on some quite nice-looking houses which had been built in Rwanda for the refugees to come from the United Kingdom. And now we learn they've been sold, or a lot of them have been sold. My lords, if you tried to book a holiday and the travel agent said to you, it's a beautiful island, but there is no property for you to stay in and we're not sure you can get there, you'd think that travel agent was mad. But that's a fair metaphor for the government's behaviour on this bill. And then there's the question of the aircraft. Well, we heard this morning from the Prime Minister that apparently there is a contract with a carrier, and I hope that the noble Lord the Minister, who has treated this House with enormous care and respect on this bill, I really do admire the way he's dealt with it, I hope that he will continue to do so by telling the House some detail as to whether there really is a contract, because I'm afraid, given the fictions that there are around at the basis of this bill, at the root of this bill, I'm not sure that I believe that there is a contract, what sort of company it's with, and whether there are pilots who have declared that they're willing to fly the planes carrying these refugees, because I am far from sure that that is the case. And then, would the Minister take the trouble to get someone to go and explain to the Prime Minister that it is deeply insulting to the jurisdiction that brings so much foreign money into the United Kingdom to describe the European Court of Human Rights as a foreign court? It's not a foreign court. It's an international court. I'm sure that the government somehow or other might be persuaded to get that into their heads, but it really is causing enormous difficulty for those of us who try to defend our jurisdiction to hear ministers telling that untruth too. And perhaps the Minister would care to tell us how many times the United Kingdom government has relied on the European Convention on Human Rights in international cases and in cases in this country. When I was a part-time judge, I used to sit in the administrative court, a great privilege for any part-time judge. And I'm absolutely certain that the number of times the European Convention was relied upon by government lawyers appearing for their client, the government, is beyond normal counting. And finally, I would ask your lordships just to reflect for a moment upon the cost of this whole bill. We've now had some accurate numbers from the relevant government accounting organisation. We were told in this very chamber that a maximum of 300 people were going to Rwanda at a cost which at that time, a couple of weeks ago, was estimated at something between 550 and 600 million pounds. I commented at the time that we could send them to the Ritz Hotel in Paris for a couple of years and still have some change. I have been corrected, to be honest. I'm not sure how much change there would have been. But it is an enormous sum of money to deal with a very small number of people. And the government has suddenly decided to do something it should have done years ago, which is to appoint more judges to deal with asylum and immigration cases, to have more civil servants who are specialised in dealing with these cases and dealing with the problem that they have brought upon themselves. So I am very disappointed that by the end of tonight, this bill will pass. I think it's an awful bill. I think it's the worst bill I've seen in my 38 years in one or other House of Parliament. But I will certainly vote in favour of Amendment A1.
My Lords, I just wanted to say a few words after that bravura performance from the Noble Lord Anderson of Ipswich and Noble Lord Carlisle of Berry. I take a slightly different view, and I think before we get into the detail, we need to remember the purpose behind the bill. The purpose behind the bill as seen across the country. The bill is designed to stop the boats. And the Noble Lord Carlisle just pointed out that, in fact, at the moment, the number of people crossing on the boats is increasing. Well, that is probably because they realise that if this is stopped up, they better get here before the... Secondly, the second thing we need to remember is that in doing that, we are seeking to stop people drowning, dying in the Channel. Thirdly, we are trying to break the economic model of the people smugglers. And fourthly, and most importantly, we are trying to ensure that people do not jump the queue, either because they are coming from countries which are safe, or because they are economic migrants and they are not themselves in any way asylum seekers or refugees. Now, whether the bill will meet its objectives, of course I don't know. Of course I don't know. It may well be that I told you so will be a very frequent refrain a year from now. But I do know two things. The first is that it cannot make the situation worse. People will not go down to the beaches in Calais to come here because we passed this bill. And secondly, at present, it is the only game in town. So when we turn to the amendments of the Noble Lord Anderson, of course, he has very persuasive arguments, honeyed words, which we have heard, and I've heard him many times, congratulated on them, on Radio 4 and other times, that this is going to be a small amendment, doesn't really make a difference. And I entirely accept what he says. But, my lords, I think anybody who's going to vote for this tonight does need to think in their heart whether they're really seeking to improve the bill, or whether what they're really seeking to do is to impede it, but not wreck it. They want to impede it, but not wreck it. They are engaged in what I might describe as a game of dragon's teeth. The House will recall that the mythological tale of Cadman, the foundation of Thebes, killed the dragon and planted the teeth in the ground. And they had the fortunate aspect of springing up into fully fledged warriors, and each time they were struck down, more warriors came up in their place. And that sometimes, my lords, when I hear speeches round your lordship's house, behind all the obvious belief that comes, I think, hang on, behind this is actually not a wish to let this bill through at all. We don't like the bill, but we don't want to be put in a position where we are going to kill it. And it is particularly revolved around the issue of the judgment of whether of the Supreme Court, or whether Rwanda is a safe country. And safe, of course, as a word, my lords, is a big word, particularly a big word with the weight that is being placed on it in this regard. It is, of course, entirely true, my lords, in very few cases are we entirely safe. So I find myself wondering whether the judgment is the right word, or whether what the Supreme Court undertook was a risk assessment, which is a different case, a different category, a different approach. And members of your lordship's house will probably be aware of the concept of assessor bias. That is, we are much more ready to put low risks onto aspects of problems with which we're familiar compared to those where we are unfamiliar. And so in that sense, my lords, what we're doing here is maybe because we have a situation where we are familiar with the government and legal systems of, say, France or Germany or Western Europe, and not with an African country, maybe some additional risk has been placed, and we need to consider that very carefully. Let me make clear, my lords, I'm not in any way impugning the good faith of the Supreme Court, but what I'm saying in that their risk assessment needs to be weighed and balanced against the other assessments and indeed the undertakings being given by my noble friend on the front bench, for which, by the way, the government will be held responsible by Parliament, and also third-party assessments such as the Ibrahim Index of African Governments, which rates Rwanda 12th out of 54 African countries, and I have said in past speeches, other third-party assessments, third-party risk assessments, which give confidence to my support for this bill. So, my lords, my last thought, my last question then is for His Majesty's Royal Opposition. And we have heard from the noble Lord Brian Maidstone that he's looking forward to some commitments for them if they were to form the next government. I've said to some noble lords that when I'm sitting here in a long, perhaps rather tedious committee stage, I think what great stars of stage or screen would be best portrayed by the great men and women who cover our front benches. And the noble Lord Coker is, for me, Harrison Ford, slashing his way through parliamentary undergrowth, and very effective too. But it can't disguise the lacuna at the centre of the opposition's position. Of course, now, with the polling, they will clearly be expecting.
Order. I'm so grateful to the noble lord for momentarily giving way. I think I speak for most of us on this side that we understand that his comments are sincere and in no way a filibuster. But would he consider whether now casting everyone in their Hollywood guises is an appropriate use of the House's time this evening, and whether he might just focus on the noble Lord Anderson's amendment, which very briefly and very simply just requires the Secretary of State to lay before Parliament a report from a treaty and a monitoring committee of his own making. That is the amendment that I believe the noble lord is addressing. And does addressing that really require the honeyed words and technicolor that we're currently listening to.
Well, my Lords, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, but I think I have spent some time discussing the issue of risk assessment and the way that the risk is being weighed by various parties and various people and various bodies. And this is the point that the Noble Lord Anderson has arrived at, is his assessment of where we are on the risk profile. And I have said that I fully accept his position as being entirely genuine. Now, as far as the last point, we are now standing on the edge of a period of possible political change. I'm sure the party obviously is hoping they'll be here next year, we'll be over there. And it is not unfair, my Lords, in those senses, for us to ask the opposition whether tonight, as we come to this very critical point, the point that everyone agrees is critical, the Noble Lord Coker can tell us whether, if this bill works, whether they intend, and they were to form the next government, they would continue to use this bill, or they would scrap it. If they would scrap it, the country is entitled to know. If they would continue to use it, then let's stop the dragon's teeth, let's stop playing games, and let's get on, pass this bill into law, and make sure that what happens, happens.
My Lords, I will dwell on the amendments before us, and what I well love to stray into the almost second reading speeches that we heard about the state of the bill as a whole. I think the issue here before us are the very specific amendments that are being put down. And I want to say something about what the House of Commons has been doing. And other people have been calling this House the responsible body for making it delay. The delay is not caused by this House. We could have been dealing here on other days earlier than this. It is at the choosing of the government in the other House how this bill plays through this House. And therefore, I think we cannot be accused of not doing our job properly, because that's what we are doing. And it's been the government who's been slowing down the business in the Commons for whatever reasons they feel are acceptable to them. And this House is doing the proper job. Certainly we are with these amendments before us today, because the reasons we are debating for pressing these very important safeguards on this House and on this Parliament are so important. We are asked to declare, as it is in the Act which we're debating, we are asked to declare that Rwanda is safe for refugees and for asylum seekers. Yet when asked whether the policy on refoulement, the most principled policy, which was pointed out by the Supreme Court, we asked when the policy on refoulement is to be put in place, and the government could not give any answer at all. So I ask the government tonight, what assurances has the government give that this policy on refoulement and the appropriate training and systems to support will be in place in the next 10 to 12 weeks? And 10 to 12 weeks is important given the statement of the Prime Minister this morning. And second protection, of course, of the amendment by the Noble Lord Anderson, of course, is for the future. The future, which is, as this bill stands, binds a Secretary of State in perpetuity. I now turn very briefly to the Lord Brown's amendment, and I listened very carefully to the repetition which he asked us to do. And it seemed to me that there was one very specific group of people who will not be subject to the concession as called by Lord Brown will work for them. And that is for people who have a justifiable claim, who are at this moment outside of the United Kingdom. That is a very specific group of people, some of them who are in Pakistan, who are threatened with being sent back to Afghanistan based upon an experience of the bill of a similar sort that we are debating tonight. And my belief, and I hope the belief of this House, and certainly the belief of these benches, is that those people who are allies must have a record somewhere. There must be a record if they were an ally of ours. Somewhere they were employed either by
the British forces. Somewhere they were being paid for out of British funds. Somewhere they would be on a company record for who supplied those services to the services of the United Kingdom's forces. So it is the government who will know who these people are, and they will know when an application comes before them whether there is a prospect of success for them. And what I did not hear tonight, and this House did not hear tonight, was a copper-bottom guarantee that those people seeking applications to come from outside the United Kingdom will not be sent to Rwanda either. And that guarantee was not given, and I do hope that the Noble Lord Brown will reflect on that matter when he comes to put this matter or discuss this matter at the conclusion of this debate. In conclusion, my Lords, it seems to us on these benches that despite what we feel about this bill, and I echo many of in fact all of the criticisms made by the Noble Lord Carlisle, because we made them. We made them right at the beginning of the bill, at the appropriate time. But now is the time for seeking amendments which actually safeguard critical groups of people and, most importantly, the critical role that this Parliament plays, and we're being asked to make a judgment, and the motion by the Lord Anderson helps this Parliament makes a brave and right choice to be able to tell the truth about matters rather than leaving it to fiction.
Yeah. My Lords, can I start by saying to Lord Hodgson straight away that he asked me what we would do if we win the next election, and I emphasise if we win the next election, we will repeal the bill. We've been quite clear about that. But that's not what we're debating here this evening. We're debating the bill that we have before us, and in particular the two amendments that A1 and B1. But I wanted to just start by because I think it's important that we dispel some of the myths around the debate that has taken place today, started by the Prime Minister this morning in his press conference, who seemed to imply that the debate in this chamber is between those who want to stop the boats and those who don't. Whereas I've made the case continually, as every member across this chamber has done, but we all agree that we need to stop the boats. The dispute in this place is to exactly the right way to go about that and the way to do that. And that's the important distinction that lies between us. We believe that the bill as it stands is inconsistent with the principles and traditions of our country, and as such that's why we oppose it, and various arguments have been made. The argument has never been about, never have I stood at this dispatch box and at any time said to the Noble Lord Sharp or Lord Stewart, or indeed to the Government Chief Whip, or indeed the Leader of the House, that we will block the bill. That has never been the policy of His Majesty's opposition, never been something that we have said from this dispatch box. And indeed we voted against a motion that was put before it some weeks ago to do that. But what we've also said is that we will stand up for the proper position of this House, the proper role of this chamber, to argue, to debate, to revise, to suggest amendments, and to put forward that case. And I would just say to the Noble Lord Sharp, I hope he's in a position in a few months' time where he stood here doing exactly the same as I am, being as frustrating, as challenging as I'm trying to be to him, because that's the proper role of the House of Lords. And therefore it's important that we do that. And it has been made, I can't remember which Noble Lord, if the government was as worried about delay as they say they would, why on earth didn't they sort all this out before Easter, when all their own side was whipped to be here on a Monday after we debated on the Wednesday, only to have a further email go out to say that is no longer the case and you will no longer be required. That's how much of an emergency legislation it was. The government could have cleared this before Easter, and yet they didn't, presumably because the Prime Minister couldn't guarantee that everything was in order for the bill to work. So let's not talk about this House of Lords delaying the legislation. Let's look at the government's timetabling of its own business and its inability to actually get that right. And even today, the government, in a press conference to the lobby, as I understand it, couldn't give any detail of the numbers it expects to be subject to the provisions of this treaty, the numbers of flights they expect, or indeed the exact date when it will take place. Never either has it been an argument about the questioning about the integrity of this chamber. I do not believe there is a single member of this Parliament, whether it's in the other place or in this chamber, or indeed of any of the journalists who report our proceedings, who have not got proper integrity. And I would not have gone on the radio, as a government minister did this morning, and accused this House of bordering on racism with the way that it debated the Rwanda Treaty. That is a shocking, appalling comment to make. I don't believe that's what Lord Sharp says. I don't think anybody in here has actually been bordering on racism in anything that they've said. I've heard detailed argument, detailed positions espoused by many, but nobody in here, or indeed I believe any other place, or anybody who reports on these proceedings has been anywhere near racist or racism. There is a legitimate difference of view, but we should not resort to those sorts of things being said. I also object, and I do object to this, and the Prime Minister did it again this morning, when he suggested that those of us who opposed the Rwanda bill before us lacked compassion, that somehow there wasn't anybody who wasn't opposed to the drownings, who wasn't opposed to some of the appalling things that we see. Of course we're all opposed to that. There isn't a single individual in this chamber, in the press, in the other place, who doesn't abhor some of that which takes place. But that is the context within which we have been debating this. So we're quite right to turn round and say that we are quite right to look at what Lord Anderson is saying, what my noble friend Lord Brown has said. It's not just about Labour peers. Again, the Prime Minister goes on, and we hear other people. Labour is blocking this. Labour peers are blocking. We haven't got a majority in here to block anything. We have to have the support of crossbenchers, Tory peers abstaining or disappearing, the Liberal Democrats voting with us, everybody else. It's not about Labour peers, it's about people, Greens, sorry, Baroness Jones. It's about being at a wedding, you know you're going to miss somebody out. And you go through all the aunts and uncles, all the relatives, and you see the glower of Aunt Mabel from the back. Not that that's you, Baroness. Where have you gone? You're not sitting in your... Thank you. But no, seriously, and the Greens, of course. But look, let me just say this. It's about all of us who believe that the bill is wrong, standing together. And that is why it's important. And if Lord Anderson chooses to put his amendment A1 to the vote, of course we'll support that. And we're pleased to support it because it's a sensible amendment. It doesn't block the bill. It simply says to the government, let the monitoring committee that you yourself have set up say to the Secretary of State, who can then make a statement to Parliament saying Rwanda is safe. But it also gives the government a get-out clause by saying in the future you can actually, just the Secretary of State, presumably on the advice of the monitoring committee, can say that Rwanda is not safe. Whereas in the bill at the moment it's compelled to, whatever happens, to believe it is safe. Perfectly sensible amendment A1. Let me come to my noble friend Lord Brown's amendment. And I do think it's a meaningful concession on the part of the government. I do. And I think that is really important statement to make. And let me say this to all those who are listening. When they question why it's important sometimes that the Lord stands firm, why it's important that sometimes the Lord challenges the government of the day, whatever government there is, why it says to the government, you've got this wrong and you need to think again, why tenacious Lords, and in this case the brilliance of my noble friend Lord Brown in what he's done. The reason is because sometimes the government gives way, and that's what's happened. If we hadn't have pushed this last week, this concession would not have happened. If we'd have given way 2 months ago, this concession wouldn't have happened. So far from this being about the Lords blocking anything or delaying anything, it is the Lords performing its proper constitutional function and bringing about change from the government. And that is what it's about. And it's done in a way, frankly, which actually gets the government itself out of a bind, because we know that many on the government, not only from their own backbenches, but on their front bench, including many in this chamber, they themselves thought what the Prime Minister, one presumes, was saying was wrong. And they needed the Prime Minister to change his position. So the strength of what was proposed in this chamber by my noble friend Lord Brown, forced the Prime Minister, and we presume that he supports all of this, forced the Prime Minister to change his mind and to come forward with that concession. And the concession that the noble Lord Sharp is read out is significant, it's important, and is something that my noble friend Lord Brown can be proud of. It may not be everything that everybody would want, but sometimes in politics you have to do what you can and achieve what you can. And in the face of what my noble friend faced, where it was absolute refusal by the government to make any concession at all, the Prime Minister standing in Downing Street and saying he will not change a single word of this bill has now been proved to be false in the sense that Lord Brown and your lordships have changed the government. Let me just finish with this. The importance of this cannot be understated, because what your lordships have done in forcing the government to rethink, with the support, to be fair, of the front bench, right across the front bench there, means that people who fought with our country, stood shoulder to shoulder with our armed forces, who would have been subject to deportation to Rwanda, will now be exempt from the provisions of that bill. That is a significant change in what the government was saying, and it will mean that some people, either who would have had their rights ignored, or frankly who will be coming to this country in due course through the Arab scheme, would have died, would have not been able to survive. And that is the significance of what Lord Brown has achieved with the support of your lordships. It's your lordship's house at its finest. The government forced to concede in a way that it should have done before, but we should not underestimate the fact that the government has made an important concession, and as such we welcome it.
Well, my lords, as ever, can I thank all noble lords who've contributed to this relatively short debate. I will deal with the points in order of how they were made, and I'll start with the noble Lord Anderson, if I may, with whom I'm afraid I'm going to have to respectfully disagree. I do not believe we have debased our principles. I believe we've upheld them. We've upheld the principle of the integrity of our sovereign borders, the principle of not ceding our immigration policy to criminal gangs, the principle to safeguard lives and deter, of course, dangerous and illegal channel crossings. That is the point of this bill, has always been the point of this bill, and it deserves to be restated. My lords, going back to my opening remarks, things have progressed since we were last discussing these matters, and I shall repeat them for the record. On the 19th of April, the Rwandan Parliament passed their domestic legislation to implement their new asylum system. The new Rwandan asylum law will strengthen and streamline key aspects of the end-to-end asylum system, in particular decision-making processes and associated appeals processes. I'm very grateful to my noble friend Lord Hodgson for reminding us of Rwanda's high standing in the international league tables. But I think things could not be clearer. There has been significant progress towards many of the things that the noble lord is actually asking for. And that, of course, includes with the monitoring committee, and I'll repeat this too. If the monitoring committee were to raise or escalate any issues to the Joint Committee, where standing members of the Joint Committee are senior officials of the Government of the UK and the Government of Rwanda, with responsibility for areas related to the partnership or areas with a strong interest and relevance in this activity, the government will, of course, listen. And I would remind noble lords that this is up to the independent monitoring committee to raise issues at every point. My lords, the future is not fantasy, as has been alleged. As is well known, the government is satisfied that Rwanda is safe, and we have acknowledged that we can't predict what will happen in the future. But as I also set out, we can assure the House that we have already established the right mechanisms, so should a situation ever arise, the government will respond as necessary. And I repeat, this would include a range of options to respond to the circumstances, including any primary legislation as required. My lords, we don't regard this, as the noble and learned Lord Carlyle asserted, as inexplicable. We regard this amendment as unnecessary. My lords, turning to the noble Lord Brown's amendment, I'm not going to get into the semantics of what this is or is not. What it actually is the right thing to do. I would say to the noble Lord German, in his remarks, he seems to have missed the entire point of the bill. The simple answer to his question is do not come here illegally. There will be no possible pull factors. There is a safe and legal route available to those in Afghanistan who have served and can prove their eligibility under ARAP, and over 15,000 people have already availed themselves of it. My lords, the noble Lord and noble and learned Lord Carlisle raised the issue of Passover, and I heard what he said very carefully. The start of Passover was considered and very much understood, and we completely understand the noble Lord's concerns, but ultimately scheduling decisions are made with a variety of different factors in mind. But I do hear what he said. My lords, I will also go back to the fact that stopping the boats is not an idle boast. It's actually in the introduction to this very bill. And I repeat for the record, the purpose of this act is to prevent and deter unlawful migration, and in particular migration by unsafe and illegal routes, by enabling the removal of persons to the Republic of Rwanda under provision made by or under the Immigration Acts. The purpose is not an idle boast, it is on the face of the bill. My lords, also as regards refoulement, which again the noble Lord German referred to, no relocated, this is in the treaty, no relocated individual, even if they do not make an application for asylum or humanitarian protection, or whatever the outcome of their applications, shall be removed from Rwanda except to the United Kingdom in accordance with Article 11.1. That's Article 10.3 of the treaty. The treaty, when it is ratified, it needs to be ratified before the bill comes into effect. So I would say to the noble Lord, that is when we will see the provisions being acted upon. So, my lords, as I said earlier, the Commons have considered and rejected these amendments now 4 times, and for the reasons I've set out, they are not necessary. We will only ratify the treaty once we agree with Rwanda that all the necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty, including refoulement. We will not relocate people to Rwanda if circumstances change which impact upon the safety of the country. We will not turn our backs on those who have supported our armed forces and the UK government. My lords, I would say to the noble Lord Coker, who I'm going to struggle not to think of as the Lord of Indiana Jones from now on, but I hope he is obviously not in his place in a few months' time. I'm not in his place in a few months' time. Couldn't read my own writing, my lords. But I of course respect his right, which he frequently deploys to make my life difficult, and he does. My lord, seriously, illegal migration is costing billions of pounds, and innocent lives are being lost. Bold, novel solutions are required, and our partnership with Rwanda offers just that. Rwanda is a safe country that has proven time and again its ability to offer asylum seekers a safe haven and a chance to build a new life. I beg to move.
Before the noble lord sits down, would he deal with one piece of nitty-gritty? Would he tell us a little bit more about the contract that apparently has reached with an airline?
I would say to the noble and learned Lord, no, I won't. That's about an operational matter. We are discussing the amendments in ping-pong.
I thank all noble lords who have spoken to my motion A1. 2 short points, if I may, in response. First, to the noble Lord Hodgson of Astley Abbots, who knows how much I appreciate the work he does in this House and its committees. A vote for this amendment is not a vote for delay. It simply gives the Secretary of State a power to declare Rwanda safe, having consulted his monitoring committee. He could do that tomorrow if he had the evidence for it. And if he does not have the evidence for it, how can he expect us to do it tonight? Secondly, to the noble Lord the Minister, I thank him for his measured response, not to mention the best laugh of the evening, and for the additional scrap of information concerning the Rwandan law, I assume the asylum law, that he says was passed on Friday. I'm afraid it's the first I've heard of that. I don't know how many of us in the House have had an opportunity to study that law. But he knows that these scraps fall very far short of the comprehensive picture that we would need if we were seriously to make our own judgment that Rwanda is safe, and that the concerns identified by the Supreme Court and by our own International Agreements Committee in great detail only in January have been satisfied. My lords, in a less frenetic political environment, this common sense amendment, or something very like it, could, I am sure, have been hammered out between sensible people around a table. Sadly, that does not appear to be the world that we are in. I'm afraid I see no alternative to pressing motion A1 and to testing the opinion of the House.
The question is that motion A1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary, not content. The question will be decided by a division, and I will advise the House when voting is open. Voting is now open. Clear the bar. The question is that motion A1 be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. Not content. The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. The question is that motion A1 be agreed to. There have voted content 240, not content 211.
Speaking in English.
Motion B, Lord Sharp.
Spoke in English. I could understand it.
Lords, I've already spoken to motion B that this House do not insist on its amendment 10F, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 10G. I beg to move.
Lord Brown. So the question is that motion B be agreed to. Lord Brown.
I'm not moving. It's a motion. I'm not moving. Not move. You've got to withdraw it.
The question is that motion B be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. We move now to a question for short debate, and I think we should have a brief moment while members take their places. Question for short debate. Support for parents considering separation. Lord Farmer.
My Lords, I thank all noble Lords contributing to what I consider an important debate this evening. I won't soft-pedal why we are discussing these issues today. Parental separation is an enormous and egregious problem, the scale and ramifications of which few seem ready to acknowledge. Parental separation is a recognised adverse childhood experience. By the time British children turn 14 years old, 46% no longer live with both their natural parents. Family breakdown is a major risk factor for children and young people's poor mental health. Children who experience it are significantly more prone to anxiety and depression. Also, Institute of Psychiatry research also found greater susceptibility to severe mental illness such as schizophrenia. The IFS's Deaton Review on Inequality reported that between 1971 and 2019, the percentage of births outside marriage ballooned from 8% to 48%. Half of all births take place in inherently less stable cohabitating couple families, or to parents living apart from the outset. Professor Matthew Goodwin dryly
funding. If urgent action is not taken, I share Rainbow's concerns that more seriously ill children and their families will be denied choice and control over the palliative end-of-life care. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would ask the Minister to not change a single atom of Loros or indeed Rainbow's Children's Hospice, because they both provide excellent care. However, please work alongside them as much as you can and get the ICBs in particular to deliver on that funding that was already mentioned by my colleague earlier on. Thank you.
Bob Seeley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't take up too much of your time. I want to thank my honourable friends from Hastings and Rye and Darlington for organising and securing this debate. It's actually a very important one, and I'm hugely grateful that they've done it. And I think it's very clear from the amount of people who've taken part in this debate, the affection that hospices hold, not only in our hearts, but also the hearts of our constituents. And I have great respect for that, both on the Isle of Wight and throughout the country. And clearly they comfort people in times of extraordinary difficulty and death, not only for those people who are dying, but also for their families. These are very difficult times, and hospices provide both succour and professional support, and actually probably above all love and comfort. On the island we have the Mountbatten Hospice, and I know that my honourable friend from Eastleigh spoke earlier about the Mountbatten Hospice, and I want to develop some of the points that he makes and echo them. So we have the Mountbatten Hospice in Newport. It is one of our most cherished institutions on the island. I thank all those people. I'm going to have a few thank yous now. I want to thank firstly all the people who work there in our Mountbatten Hospice and support it for the fantastic work they do caring for people on the Isle of Wight. And I also want to pay special tribute to the head of our hospice, Nigel Hartley, one of the most impressive people we have on the island, and actually one of my favourite islanders. He was a concert pianist before he started looking after people in the London Lighthouse Clinic in the relatively early days of the AIDS pandemic. And he learnt to care for people at that time before moving eventually to the island and bringing a unique sense of occasionally eccentric, but organised, highly competent and very loving leadership to that institution. And I think we are hugely lucky on the island to have somebody like Nigel. On their behalf, I want to raise just a few issues and get some clarity from the Minister. And I know I'm not the only one saying this, but for backbenchers, there's clearly strength in numbers. And many of the issues that I have are issues that have been raised as well, but I want to put them on the record. I don't want the NHS to take over hospices. We need to respect the charitable status of our hospices, because it's something that gives them strength. They are so directly related and engaged in our communities. But we do need the NHS to pay its way in relation to our hospices. And in the last 2 years, Mountbatten on the Isle of Wight and indeed in Eastleigh, the Mountbatten Hospice, the two of them, have had cash increases from the NHS of under 2%, if I understand correctly the figures, but also under 3%. Their costs have gone up much higher. We are putting our hospices under very considerable financial pressure. So we're having to dig deeper into fundraising, or we're having to make cuts or look at ways of making cuts. This is not acceptable. We are not asking for the NHS to step in, but we are asking for the NHS to pay its way, and if it is using the hospices, to give them sufficient funding, because otherwise the burden of looking after the NHS responsibilities, for want of a better term, is falling very heavily on people, whether it's in folks in Eastleigh, in my honourable friend's constituency, or indeed on the island. And in fact, we have our major fundraising for the Isle of Wight, for the Isle of Wight Hospice, for the Mountbatten Hospice on the 12th of May. Walk the Wight, fantastic event. Last year it raised £460,000. But running a hospice is expensive. And when you're dealing with inflation, below inflation increases from our ICB, that is problematic. And I would raise one other issue as well from our ICB. My right honourable friend, the member for Eastleigh, and I had two conversations with the ICB last week. One just on the Isle of Wight Hospice and the Eastleigh Hospice, Mountbatten Hospice. And one was a shared conversation with Hampshire and Isle of Wight, Hampshire colleagues and myself, talking about the work of the ICB. It's in special measures. We were told that somehow this was a very good thing, that it was in special measures, but clearly there is pressure on their expenditure. there is pressure on their budgets, and actually there's pressure on their, how shall we say, management decisions in relation to their budget. And what I'm really concerned about is that when you have ICBs in special measures, hospices, cutting funding to hospices is seen as a quick win as opposed to acute services, which are hugely expensive, which we know, but also potentially to primary care as well. And yet, effective spending in primary care actually eases pressure on acute services, but also effective spending on hospices paying their way. So I'm not talking about taking over the system, but actually giving a little bit more funding, near inflation increases for those hospices, enables the hospices to perform a hugely important moral duty, medical duty, but also a duty to those people, not only who are dying, but also the families in their support of them, not only in the hospice, but increasingly now for my Mountbatten Hospice, and I suspect it's the same for the Honourable Member for Eastleigh, but actually looking after people as they near death in their own homes. So on behalf of my hospice, I'm asking, please, can we make sure the ICB that covers Hampshire and the Isle of Wight is doing its job effectively, doing its job properly, because I think it is fair to say, without being ungenerous towards these people, some of us have our concerns, and some of us have real concerns about some of the decisions being made. So can we make sure the ICB is managing its affairs well, but in doing so is also giving the support to the hospices, both in Eastleigh but also in Newport and the Isle of Wight, which our hospice, the Mountbatten Hospice, so badly needs. Thank you.
Chris Loder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to contribute this debate. I'd like to note that Dorset is well represented here, with my honourable friend and neighbour from South Dorset also here in the debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, in West Dorset there are few other charities that are so cherished by local people as Weldmar Hospice Care. The Weldmar Hospice in Dorchester must be one of, if not the most, respected and cherished hospices in West Dorset and Dorset as a whole. Most of my constituents will have had a family member or will have known someone who Weldmar has looked after at the end of their life, and it is the reason why the hospice is so dearly loved, not just in Dorchester or even just in West Dorset, but across the county. The Weldmar nurses looked after my own aunt in her final days some 15 years ago, and I'm eternally grateful to them for all they did for her and continue to do for friends of people who I know that are taken care of, not just in the Dorchester Hospice, but through the community nursing team too. Weldmar is Dorset's largest independent charity and has provided specialist end-of-life care since 1994. Over the last 3 decades, they have looked after 24,882 patients, both in the community and in their specialist inpatient unit in Dorchester. The care is free of charge, and last year alone, 1,745 families benefited from this vital care and support with Weldmar. This is undoubtedly why the community feels so passionately about our hospice, and with it, the innovations and fundraising, the successes that the incredible team at Weldmar have with its work to raise money. But in order for Weldmar to sustain itself, as is the case with so many hospices, it needs to raise £27,200 every single day to keep these services running, and this is on top of the NHS income. In January 2024, the APPG on hospice and end-of-life care published a report on government funding for hospices. The report found that despite statutory guidance, ICB commissioning of hospice services, and I quote, is currently not fit for purpose, and the value they provide to individuals and the wider health system is at risk. The government announced additional funding for hospices during the coronavirus pandemic, and in a Westminster Hall debate on the 17th of January this year, my honourable friend the Minister set out some of the wider financial support available for hospices, to include the energy bills discount scheme, eligibility for a reduction in VAT from 20% to just 5%, and in 2022, the NHS England released £1.5 billion in additional funding to integrated care boards to provide support for inflation. It is my opinion, Madam Deputy Speaker, that palliative and end-of-life care needs a much greater priority within the Integrated Care Partnership Strategy too, as it is in many areas. We want to make sure that we sustain Weldmar and other provision long into the future, but that we can also consider and support more end-of-life care. In places like Lyme Regis and the areas where it is so far to travel to a hospice, they would greatly benefit from additional provision. In summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm contributing to this debate today in order that it be known and understood that in West Dorset we cannot speak highly enough of our hospice, that in West Dorset we value the Weldmar team so much, and I actively ask the Minister here and the Government to give consideration to these matters as we've been debating this evening.
Richard Drax.
Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate my honourable friends, the members for Hastings and Rye and Darlington, who sits beside me, and it's a pleasure to follow my colleague from West Dorset. Can I start by thanking all those who work in the hospices? They do a remarkable job, and we should be very grateful to all they do. In 2003, when I was reporting for BBC South Today, I was sent to the official opening of Julia's house in Corfmullen, Dorset. Little did I know that the first person I'd meet there was my mother, who sadly died in 2019. Her instinct for caring and compassion drew her to this remarkable hospice for children like a moth to a flame. I was immediately struck by the wonderful environment the dedicated staff had created, and a desperately needed service to provide practical and emotional support to families caring for a child with life-limiting or life-threatening condition was born. Julia's House is one of more than 200 adult and children hospices that care and support about 300,000 patients a year, Madam Deputy Speaker. They work hand in hand with local health and care services, taking the pressure off the NHS. Hospices, as we've heard, are mainly funded by charity. On average, around 2/3 of the income for adult services is raised through fundraising. For children, and alarmingly, that figure is 4/5. In 2022, the Health and Care Act introduced for the first time, as we've heard again, a legal duty for integrated care boards to commission palliative care services that met the needs of the local population. However, a recent report, and again we've heard this in the Chamber, and I make no apology for repeating myself or repeating what colleagues have said, a recent report by the APPG on hospice and end-of-life care, co-chaired by my honourable friend from Darlington sitting right here beside me, found that despite this legal requirement, funding from ICBs varied significantly across the country. Today, the sector is under significant financial pressure. Hospice UK estimates the sector is on track for a £77 million deficit for the financial year in 2024. Nowhere is this more real than at Julia's House. The Chief Executive, Martin Edwards, said that over 90% of the annual running costs were met by fundraising. The government's contribution remains low at only 8%. This over-reliance on people's generosity, which is enormous, will see Julia's House face a budget deficit of £1 million this year. If the member from the SNP can refrain, I'd be grateful. This dire situation is exacerbated by the ending this year of a share grant of £25 million from NHS England. Julia's House cares at its 2 sites for 176 families across Dorset and Wiltshire. Mr. Edwards said they were coping with children and with more complex needs, requiring more staff and putting more pressure on budgets. The care provided is intensive, Madam Deputy Speaker, with a family being supported for up to 5 years following the death of a child. As you might imagine, palliative care comes with all kinds of issues, not least medical, emotional and financial. Who do you turn to for help and advice? How does the patient wish to be cared for, and who supports the carer? This is where a remarkable charity called Lewis Manning Hospice Care comes into play. The Chief Executive, Claire Galley, told me their team comes to your home and in effect responds to the needs of the patient and family by signposting them to relevant services, from treatment to transport. Importantly, it is the need of the patient which is most significant. So, for example, if their wish is to die at home, everything possible is done to ensure that that happens. Importantly, this free service is proactive rather than reactive, anticipating what the patient and family want, reducing crisis at the end of life, and saving the NHS a lot of money by freeing up GPs' time and negating the need for a hospital. A pilot scheme being run in a part of Dorset has already saved the NHS £140,000 in April alone. Imagine if this scheme was rolled out across the country, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would save the NHS millions. Let me conclude. There is no doubt there is a need for more government funding for hospices, independent, fiercely so, as they are. But the funding disparities, as we've heard from every speaker virtually, must be looked at. Yes, I hear the government say it's another call for money, and there are many other demands. But well-funded hospice care would safeguard this very effective and necessary sector, which can or not live on charity alone, and nor should it.
Peter Alders.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my honourable friends, the members for Hastings and Ryan Darlington, for so ably leading this debate and setting the scene. Whilst it's important to recognise the great work done across the eastern region by East Anglia's children's hospices, in the Great Yarmouth and in the Waveney area, as represented by my right honourable friend, the member for Great Yarmouth, and myself, there is at present a hospice vacuum. Throughout the rest of Suffolk and Norfolk, there are locally based hospices well embedded in and providing great services for their communities. The good news, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that plans are being carefully prepared to fill this vacuum and this void. A local partnership is evolving to build a local hospice led by St Elizabeth Hospice and including the local NHS, councils, a community interest company, volunteers and fundraisers. To be successful, to open the hospice and then to run it, national government must join this partnership. And I hope that my right honourable friend, the Minister, who is currently not in her place, in her summing up, will accept this invitation. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Waveney and Great Yarmouth areas desperately need a hospice. We have an ageing population, pockets of deprivation, and as Chris Whitty has highlighted, there are acute health inequalities in coastal communities which a hospice can help level out and remove. As I've mentioned, a well-researched case for the hospice has now been prepared, though it is important to recognise the work done by so many over the years in supporting those in need of end-of-life care and their families. The late Margaret Chadd, who founded East Coast Hospice, had the vision of building a hospice on land bought at Galston. Roberta Lovick, who founded the Louise Hamilton Centre, from which such great support is provided to patients with life-limiting conditions and their families, to the James Paget Hospital, where the Louise Hamilton Centre is based, and to East Coast Community Healthcare, the Lowestoft-based community interest company, who in partnership with St Elizabeth operate 6 specialist beds in Beccles Hospital, as well as providing care in both people's homes and in care homes. Madam Deputy Speaker, building on the work of these local people and these local organisations, a framework is now emerging through which a local hospice can now be built. The cornerstone of this is, of course, as we've heard, the Health and Care Act of 2022, which sets out the legal requirement for ICBs to commission palliative and end-of-life care. The Norfolk and Waveney ICB have responded by carrying out a review of palliative and end-of-life care. This was completed last autumn and highlights the need for 9 urgent and 6 medium to long-term actions. Last March, St Elizabeth Hospice merged with East Coast Hospice and straight away set about conducting a feasibility study into the viability of building up hospice facilities on the Galston site. This study has just been completed, and the conclusion that has been reached is that a hospice should be built in stages, and expressions of interest are now being invited from architects. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an exciting landmark for which so many people have strived for so many years. St Elizabeth are confident that they can successfully fundraise for hospice capital appeal. However, it is with the ongoing revenue cost of providing core clinical services for a full inpatient unit, as well as outreach community services, that national government support is required. The Norfolk and Waveney ICB, and indeed all ICBs, need central government support and a fundamental rebalancing of national policy so that they can meet the projected growth in demand for palliative care. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is good news that after so many false dawns over so many years, we now have a coherent and well thought through plan for filling the hospice void in the Waveney and Great Yarmouth area. Whilst we should be sanguine, we should also be realistic. We are not even at the starting point as the rest of England, as we've heard from those other colleagues who actually have a hospice up and running. We don't. And that is why the government need to join the partnership that has evolved and support the Norfolk and Waveney ICB so that they can commission hospice services on a long-term, multi-year basis. And I urge the government to join us on this exciting journey. Thank you.
Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's becoming a bit of a habit of me being the warm-up act for the wind-ups, but I gather I'm not going to get that honour this evening. It's a great privilege to be able to speak in this debate, which clearly is heartfelt by many members across the House, and I congratulate my honourable friends who secured this debate. The subject of hospices, I think, is one of those that most of us hope we never really get to experience firsthand in our lives, but when we do experience them because a loved one needs their care and support, you realise just how important and how valuable they are. And I'm incredibly proud and privileged to have 2 exceptional hospices in my constituency. Mount Edgecombe Hospice, that is part of Cornwall Hospice Care, that was opened in 1980 and was Cornwall's first hospice. It's recently been rated by the CQC as outstanding, and in particular highlighting the caring and personal nature of the service provided by the staff who are responsive to the needs of the patients. And I didn't need the CQC to tell me that, because my family and I know that firsthand, because back in 2007 my mother died of cancer at Mount Edgecombe Hospice. She lost her second battle with breast cancer, and the care and support that we received as a family was absolutely outstanding, and I want to place on record my huge thanks to them. But I'm also greatly privileged to have Little Harbour, which is part of Children's Hospice South West in my constituency, that opened in 2011. And they provide some of the very best facilities found in any children's hospice in the country, with state-of-the-art facilities there. And having visited it a number of times myself, I can testify that the atmosphere there is truly amazing, and you cannot be helped but by moved by that place. They support children and young people up to the age of 21, including the youngest babies who need their care. And again, at that hospice, the CQC praised the hospice staff for their personalised care and support. And I think that reinforces the very important point that it isn't just the bricks and mortar or the equipment that these hospices provided. It is the staff there and the volunteers that work there that actually make our hospices the amazing places that they are. We're very lucky in Mid-Cornwall to have these two excellent examples of some of the 200 hospices that we have across the country. Both are supported by amazing people, volunteers, fundraisers and donors who play such an important part in ensuring that those hospices can continue. And it isn't just the care that the hospices provide to the people who are sick. We've heard many times in the chamber today about the wraparound care that they provide to families, to friends, that is so important and valuable. And it's clear that the role of hospices... I will briefly, yes, okay.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a very moving and powerful speech. And he recalls for me my experience at Chestnut Tree House, which provides hospice care for children across Sussex. And although they are striving hard to meet all the demands on services, one of the groups that we haven't mentioned in the course of this debate is those that the hospice may yet reach. They know that there are very, very many more families who would benefit from their care, and they're working hard to do that. Is this something that he also has found in his constituency?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for that intervention, and she makes precisely the point that I'm coming on to make, is that it's very clear in our country that there is going to be a growing need for hospice care as we go forward. We feel this incredibly acutely in Cornwall, where we have seen more than our elderly population has grown by more than 50% in the last 10 years. In Cornwall, we're now at the point where almost 1 in 4 of our population is over 70 years old, and that is only going to grow in the years ahead, and that is simply going to mean that there is more demand for hospice care in our country, and that is why it is so important that hospice care is properly funded. Now, I believe it is the best for our hospices to stay in the independent sector as charities. They gain most of their support from the public. This is seen time and time again, I think, in my experience of the 2 hospices in my constituency, that being independent from the NHS gives them a very special place in our communities. People feel a great connection to them. They feel they have a personal stake in the work that they do, particularly if they engage in fundraising towards them. And I fear that that may well be lost if they became nationalised effectively. And I believe that is so important for our hospices that we are able to continue that. However, I do believe that the government need to better recognise the important role that hospices play. We've heard several times about the postcode lottery there is for NHS funding towards our hospices, and I think that is something I would say to the Minister we really do need to look at addressing. Cornwall Hospice Care, I'm told, is the second lowest level of funding of any hospice charity in the country. Just 9% of their funding comes from the NHS. That means 91% of their funding is raised through fundraising, donations and legacies. And I don't think that can be right. that I'm all for donations playing a significant part in the funding of hospices, but I believe, particularly in Cornwall, that the NHS should be stepping up and providing more funding to our hospices. So we do need to look at the regional variations, and it really does need to be based on need and the need in those regions for the hospice facilities. And I would urge the Minister and the Government to look at what more can be done to provide a proper level playing field when it comes to NHS contributions to our hospices. We've all heard again that the last few years have been really difficult for our hospices, with the growing pressures on costs rising and demand rising. And I do think that one of the things we could really do for the hospice sector is provide more certainty of funding going forward, to provide multi-year funding settlements so that they can plan far better. They know at least what funding is coming from the NHS, so that they have that certainty and can plan accordingly. So, in summing up, I just want to place on record again my huge thanks to every hospice in our country and the incredible work they do, both the paid staff, the volunteers and the fundraisers who work so hard and are so generous in providing this vital service to our communities, and particularly to the two that I represent in my constituency. And I really hope that there's been a real consensus across the House this evening that whilst we value and we celebrate all the work that they do, we do think that more needs to be done to provide them with a fairer level of funding going forward, so that they can continue to play the vital role that they play for our communities.
James Sunderland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm humbled to be called in this debate, and can I please commend the members for Hastings and Rye, and also Darlington, for bringing this debate to the House this afternoon, and also the Minister who sat through, shown amazing resilience with what's been a long evening. What I've noticed this evening about this debate is that members that have spoken sort of fall into broadly two camps. So there are those who've had personal experience of hospices, family members who have suffered and needed the facility, and those speeches have come across amazingly, real pathos, real depth, and I commend all of the members that have spoken so personally about their journeys, and also perhaps members like me who have not had personal experience of hospices but recognise the importance of what they do. And if I may, in the time that I've got, I just want to talk about two hospices in my constituency which I think are very important. The first one is that Thames Valley Hospice, as it was first known, was officially opened by Her Majesty the Queen in November 1987 in Windsor at Hatch Lane. And that's been serving my constituents and others in Berkshire since that time, showing amazing strength of character in supporting so many people. And my contention this evening with the Minister in her place is the fact that, as we've heard, we do need to refine funding models for hospices. It's been said before numerous times this evening, but in my view the NHS does need to cop up a bit more support. And in my view also it's about timing, because Thames Hospice, I know, awaiting its funding settlement for 24-25 with barely 2 weeks to go, is still waiting for that decision from the ICB. So it's about funding, it's about how much can be funded by the taxpayer, but also it's about getting funding notified up front, and that's really important because it means that they can plan ahead for the year. Thames Hospice in 2016, having provided so much care all that time, was granted planning permission to build a new 22 million state-of-the-art facility on a brand new 8-acre site by Bray Lake, which is just outside Maidenhead in the Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead. And why is that important? Well, it's important because that serves Frimley ICB, it serves many constituents to the east of Berkshire, including Bracknell, and I know of many constituents that have had fantastic care there. And in January 2019, work began on the construction of that site. By 2023, with the new site being built, and I visited earlier last year, an absolutely incredible site with so many fantastic staff, a cafe, dedicated services. Thames Hospice has supported around 2,500 patients and their loved ones annually with high quality medical and emotional support. This is all about making people's lives easier and making sure that the remaining time on the earth is made as dignified as possible, and we can't underestimate that. We cannot put a price on that, we can't put a value on that, which is why we have a responsibility, in my view, to fund it properly. As for the future, by 2030, 15 million people in the UK will be over 65 years old. We also know that the number of young people with life-limiting neurological conditions has increased by 64% over the last 10 years. That's a really serious figure. And also the incidence of cancer in people under the age of 50 has risen by 79% between 1990 and 2019. Just think about that. These are really serious figures. And what does that mean? It means that the demand for hospice services is only likely to increase over time. Also, costs have increased by 9% at Thames Hospice over the course of the past year, with no commensurate increase in government funding. And that's a very similar picture that we've heard from other speakers this evening. So to put a figure on it, every day at Thames Hospice, they've got to raise £38,000 to subsidise the costs of care. And without even considering investment to grow in the future, this will increase to over £50,000 per day by 2030, based upon a 4% increase year on year. It is a similar picture elsewhere. And to put it in perspective, Thames Hospital itself needs £18.5 million for 2,500 people every year. It's really, really stark. And as I mentioned earlier, Thames Hospice is the end-of-life care provider for the Frimley Health Integrated Care Board in East Berkshire. So it's of direct relevance to my constituents, and I can't thank the staff and the directors at Thames Hospice enough for what they do. Just before I finish, I want to just mention Sebastian's Action Trust as well in Crowthorne. Why is that important? It's important because it provides palliative care for children aged between 0 and 18, and it also supports their families. And a key part of the support that the brilliant Sebastian Actions Trust provides is that it provides memory-making support for the families that use the facility. And it also continues to support the families once a child goes to the end-of-life care. Losing a child is devastating anyway, but the fact that Sebastian Actions Trust does it so brilliantly in terms of the support that it provides to families, even after that life event, is really remarkable.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Please do. Thank you.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for giving way, and just on the issue of funding for children's palliative care, I'm very fortunate in my neck of the woods in West Yorkshire to have the Forget-Me-Not Children's Hospice. We also have the Kirkwood Hospice as well. But just bringing this backbench debate to an end and focusing on hospice funding, I just wanted to highlight the Together for Short Lives campaign ask. And I've just been looking again at their main campaign ask. I know he's mentioned this. It's not just sustainable funding, it's having the surety of that funding moving forward and a multi-year promise and confirmation of funding beyond 24-25 so that children's hospices can plan for the future and continue delivering and caring for children with life-limiting illnesses and for their families.
Can I please thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and it's very, very timely, because as we know, palliative care is not formally funded by the NHS, it's privately funded. And it cannot be right that such an important function is hand-to-mouth in terms of the funding that they need. And to prove that point, Sebastian's Action Trust in Crowthorne is going to close their Crowthorne site later this year, called the Woodlands. And as sales expected in autumn 24, it physically cannot afford the care that it's giving to so many families, with the result that it's having to rationalise its own estate and move elsewhere. So in conclusion, in my humble view, with the Minister in place, the funding at the moment from the NHS is just not enough, both for our hospices and also for our palliative care. Please do.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way in the powerful case he's making in favour of the hospice movement, indeed all colleagues, during this debate. Does he agree with me that every penny the government gives to the hospice movement takes pressure off the National Health Service? They're doing the job that otherwise the NHS would have to do. And will he join me in congratulating the St Francis Hospice in the village of Havering, Attybower in my constituency, established in 1975, many years of serving the local people in the London Borough of Havering and the surrounding area. It's a magnificent organisation. The hospice movement does a fantastic job for the people of the entire country, and really it's time for the government to do more.
Once again, can I please thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and once again I completely commend everyone in Havering St Francis and hospice staff there for what they do. It sounds remarkable, and we've heard so many stories this evening of other hospices and palliative care providers right across the country. And the message is quite clear. We need more funding. We've got to establish better funding models for it. We can't rely so much upon charities and donations. We have to make sure also the funding is provided up front. And I just think this is such an important life and death issue. And the fact that also they take they take pressure off the NHS in terms of what they provide. If you go to Thames Hospice, for example, you look at the facilities there, they're so modern, they're state-of-the-art. I think we could sweat the asset an awful lot more. And perhaps it might even be that underutilised capacity of hospices could in some way be hired back to the NHS for the facilities they've got. But I think we can do more to sweat the assets. Please do.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving me I just want to put this one final point in the final backbench contribution to this debate. We've heard many people call for multi-year funding settlements. Now, that's not to make life easy for the hospices, but it makes life more sensible for them to be able to plan into the future. In order for them to sign leases, buy equipment, train, recruit and retrain staff, it's there in order. The request for multi-year funding settlements is in order to allow them to put the plans in place to provide the care that they need.
Once again, thank you to the member for Darlington, and I agree completely. Nobody can plan in a vacuum, and therefore this is about more money, this is about earlier money, this is also about the ability to plan so that we know what the delta is. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to conclude now, but thank you for the opportunity of speaking this evening. We need more money, Minister, and I know you'll give it to us.
SNP spokesperson Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the honourable members for Hastings and Rye and Darlington on securing the debate and being able to bring this vitally important issue to the floor of the House after a series of Westminster Hall and other debates in the context of the spring budget, at the start of the new financial year with a general election on the horizon. It's an incredibly timely debate, and of course it also coincides with the publication of Hospice UK's report, which estimates a deficit across the UK hospice sector of £77 million in the 23-24 financial year. The estimate in Scotland, that's around £16 million, perhaps the worst financial outturns for the sector in nearly 20 years. And the same report suggests an 11% increase in payroll costs to hospices, representing around £130 million, because of course people who work in hospices have every right to expect a decent competitive salary that allows them to make sure their own households are safe and warm. But that is a challenge being driven by the wider cost of living crisis, which is itself having an effect on the hospices, because the areas of heating, food and drink and other consumables are not discretionary expenditure. Hospices have to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They have to maintain a comfortable temperature. They have to provide nutritious, high-quality food. And all of this comes at a time, as the member for Bracknell has just said, when the demand for such wonderful care has perhaps never been higher, because people are living longer, they're dying at later ages, and that means there's ever greater need for palliative care. The ONS estimates in Scotland an additional 10,000 people a year might be expected to seek access to palliative care by 2040. And we've heard some very moving individual testimonies from different members across the House today. The members for Coventry North East, for West Dorset, for Leeds East, all spoke of personal experiences of the hospice movement. The member for Birmingham Edrington, I thought, made some very worthwhile points about hospices being a place where people can really live the final days of their lives. And the member for Eastleigh has been very passionate about this for reasons that he explained about his former Chief of Staff. And we echo the condolences that have previously been paid. And I'm incredibly grateful for the love and care shown to my good friend Melanie, who passed away in the Highland Hospice just over a year ago. And I was proud to be one of the runners yesterday in the London Marathon in her memory and in aid of that hospice. And I equally congratulate the members for Walsall North and Enfield Southgate, who ran for their local hospices, and the members for Edinburgh and Colchester, who also took part in the debate and ran for other worthy causes. And I understand in a few weeks' time, the member for Lancaster and Fleetwood will take part in the 40-mile Keswick to Barrow walk through the Lake District in aid of St John's Hospice in Lancashire. I also want to pay tribute to the work of the Marie Curie Hospice in Glasgow, which has provided care at the end for other friends of mine, particularly some that I've known through the SNP. And in recent weeks, close friends have had reason to be grateful to everyone at St Vincent's Hospice in Renfrewshire in very sad and difficult times. And I think those personal experiences are what help to inspire that incredible generosity that allows the hospice movement to continue its work. As we've heard, 2/3 of adult hospice income comes from such voluntary fundraising, while at the same time, as the Sue Ryder charity estimates, the hospice sector is actively saving the NHS £600 million a year by freeing up bed space or even avoiding hospital admissions in the first place. And the member for South Dorset gave some examples of exactly how that can work. So it does seem, from all this evidence that we've heard today, that the current model for hospice funding is increasingly unsustainable. Some have even used the word existential. Now, healthcare is devolved, and so it's not for the Scottish National Party to determine how the Secretary of State, the Minister or their shadows on the opposition benches prioritise their spending decision. But if the UK Government did find new or additional funding for the hospice sector in England, that would have consequences for the budget available to Scotland's government. The current 2024-25 budget for Scotland does provide over £19.5 billion for NHS recovery, health and social care, and that is a real terms uplift despite the austerity that we're facing. And the Scottish Government has also established a new strategy steering group to oversee the development and delivery of a new palliative and end-of-life care strategy and associated work programmes. And that work aims to ensure that everyone in Scotland receives well-coordinated, timely and high-quality palliative care, care around death, and bereavement support based on their needs and preferences, and that can include support for families and carers. And we want to ensure that Scotland is a place where people and communities can come together to support each other, take action and talk openly about planning ahead serious illness, dying, death and bereavement. There are other actions that the UK Government could take that would continue to help hospices across the islands. Energy costs remain stubbornly high, and yet the Government is bringing many of its energy support schemes to an end. As I said earlier, energy is a fixed cost for hospices, not an area where savings can readily be made, and the member for Darlington spoke about the situation of Ardgowan in Inverclyde. So many of the reforms to the energy market and energy price support that the SNP and others have called for would make a difference in turn to the hospice sector, as in many other parts of the economy and society. And regrettably, the Government's approach to immigration is having an impact. How many nurses and doctors and other specialists have arrived in the UK, maybe some of them on small boats or other irregular means, but are being denied the opportunity to work? How many more are not even coming in the first place now because the Government has decided that they can't bring family members, or it's massively increasing the costs and thresholds for visa applicants? How many might have come from Europe or might have stayed if it wasn't for Brexit? Every country in the world is having to face up to the legacy of COVID and the impact of the conflict in Ukraine and elsewhere, but the UK Government has been making deliberate policy choices in many of these areas that are exacerbating these challenges, not mitigating them, and the impact of that can have long-term consequences. If the hospice sector does have to make radical savings and scaling back of service provision, the costs of palliative care and supporting people at the end of life will still have to be met. They'll just have to be met elsewhere. That could mean increased costs for the NHS, increased costs for social services, or worse still, for individual families and households, not just in financial terms, but in emotional and psychological terms if they're denied that support at the end. People will always want to raise and give funds for hospices, but if we collectively want to rely on them to be there for individuals and families when they're needed most, we can't expect the hospice movement simply to rely on the goodwill and efforts of voluntary fundraisers. I think there's been a number of important suggestions that have been made during this debate, in the motion and in the evidence given by hospices themselves and the all-party group, on how the Government can put the sector on a more sustainable footing going forward. So I hope that the Minister, in the spirit of consensus that we've heard this evening, can respond positively, work with its counterparts across the United Kingdom and service providers to ensure that the sector gets the support it needs, so that everyone who works for hospices can focus on what they do best and continue to provide love and care to those who need it most at the end of their lives.
Shadow Minister Andrew Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to respond to this debate. We've had a very thorough debate over the course of the past few hours, and I want to start by not only thanking the Backbench Business Committee for granting the time for us to debate this important issue, albeit a week later than most of us had expected, but also want to thank and congratulate the honourable members for Hastings and Rye and for Darlington for securing the debate, as well as for their contributions. I'd also like like to add my thanks to my honourable friends, the member for Enfield Southgate, for Coventry North East, for Birmingham Erdington, for Hammersmith, for York Central, the right honourable friend for Hayes and Harlington, and the honourable member, my honourable friend, the member for Leeds East, and on the government benches, the members for Colchester, Southport, Eastleigh, Eddisbury, Basingstoke, North Devon, Bolton West, South Swindon, Loughborough, Isle of Wight, West Dorset, South Dorset, Waveney, St Austell and Newquay and Bracknell, and of course not forgetting the honourable gentleman, the member for Strangford too, and also the contribution of the honourable member for Glasgow North. And can I congratulate all of those that took part in the London Marathon? I wasn't one of them. But anyway, back to the subject that we're here to debate. End-of-life care is a subject which has touched the lives of most of us. It's a time where our loved ones and the family and friends that surround them can be at their most vulnerable and also in the need of the greatest support. Managed well, end-of-life care can be a healing time for families to come together, but managed badly, it can leave deep and traumatic scars. I need only look at the experience of my family and the experience I had during the deaths of my parents to know how this bears out. It was 30 years ago that I lost my mum to ovarian cancer. I was 19. Her final hours were spent at the end of an old Victorian ward with the curtain pulled around her, and she was in immense pain and suffering, which I remember vividly to this day, and was incredibly hard for our family to manage. But more recently, in 2022, I lost my dad following his own battle with cancer. Unlike my mum, he died at home, with my wife and I taking him in for the last few months of his life, supported by a superb army of care staff. In fact, when the time came for my dad to decide whether he wanted to go to the local hospice, Willowwood Hospice, or stay at home with us, his final words that he communicated to me and my wife was, "Stay here." And I think it comes to the point that the honourable gentleman, the member for Colchester, makes in how we talk about death, how we deal with death and end of life, and how for many people they want dignified end of life services at home, and we should do all we can to help facilitate that. And in my dad's case, the whole system worked. It came together in a way that I know from my own constituency casework it rarely does. But from the hospital, social services, Macmillan, Marie Curie, the GP, the pharmacy, the district nurses, and Willowwood Hospice, everything worked together seamlessly, and my dad passed away in comfort, peacefully, and surrounded by those who loved him most in the world. And I think that we've heard from the experiences of my honourable friend, the member for Coventry North East, and indeed of other members in the House today, of how we have to get that end-of-life choice right for people. And hospice at home plays an important role in that. Now, the sharp contrast between those two journeys emphasises to me in a deeply personal way just how impactful end-of-life care can be. Death is, for all of us, should be the choice that we want, and it should be, we should leave this planet with dignity. And we talk about the integrated care boards, and the clue is in the name. They should be integrated, both with social care but also with other services, including hospice services. And in my dad's case, that worked. But as we've heard from members across the House, in too many cases, that integration just isn't there yet. and the ICBs are not spending the money that the government has rightly devolved to them for a specific purpose, not being spent as we would want it to be. Now, hospices play such an important part in that deeply personal journey for hundreds of thousands of people and their families every year right across the country. Working in partnership with existing local systems, hospices ensure people receive the care that is most appropriate to them, considering all their needs. And I want to pay particular tribute to one of my local hospices, Willowood Hospice in Ashton, Tameside. The tireless work and dedication of their staff was a vital support when caring for my dad in his final days. They showed hospice care at its best, and they have my immense gratitude for all they continue to do. But they, like so many others, find themselves in a perilous financial position. Willowood faces a structural deficit of £750,000 this financial year. Without finding a way to plug this gap, their services will have to be reduced. And there is real pressure on all hospices to generate their own income, with Hospice UK estimating that as much as 2/3 of income for adult hospices is generated through fundraising, with some like Willowood having to raise 80% of their funds themselves. Many hospices do incredible fundraising work, with armies of volunteers finding ever more hostile economic climate
see what's happening?
Finding themselves in, including from energy costs, which obviously the House can't now afford. Funds are being squeezed more than ever. The sector as a whole is on track for a deficit of £77 million for the last financial year, the worst figures for 2 decades. As a result, hospices are starting to pare back some of their services. But as we've heard, there is also a legal requirement placed on integrated care boards by the Health and Care Act to commission palliative care services in keeping with local need. And we need to make sure that that funding is passported down to the hospices where they need it. We know that there is far from consistent delivery, leaving patients in some parts of the country without adequate services in their own community. And the clear pressure on the sector shows no sign of letting up, because we are an ageing population. The demand on hospice services is set to increase further, with ONS data suggesting a further 130,000 people will die each year in the UK by 2040. So in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear that what we need is proper, joined-up, supportive policies for the hospice sector. We need to ensure that the money that government has ensured is there for the hospice sector gets down to where they need it, at the hospices themselves. We need to focus on creating a health and care system that is genuinely joined up and has end of life as part of the health policies, the health and well-being policies for each and every one of us. It can no longer be the taboo subject it once was, and the hospice sector underpins that so many care pathways that have a tangibly positive impact on patients and their families' end of life matters. So I want to say that this current government will have our support in ensuring the hospice sector is protected and is supported.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by thanking my honourable friends for Hastings and Rye and for Darlington for securing this debate. The number of speeches this evening reflects the strength of feeling and indeed the support for hospices across the country. As a Minister with oversight of end-of-life care, I share the passion of many honourable members for hospices and for what they do caring for people towards and at the end of life, providing respite for carers and supporting families both before and after the death of a loved one. Many honourable members have rightly praised the work of hospices who serve their constituents and made special mention of the extraordinary work of hospices for children and young people. I'd also like to thank hospices for all they do, for all they're doing right now, as their work and the work of hospice staff is around the clock. Beyond that, I'd like to thank everyone who gives palliative and end-of-life care as part of hospice teams, but also working in the NHS. How you die, how your loved ones die, or in fact, how you live towards the end of your life matters. As the Honourable Member for Birmingham Erdingham said so eloquently earlier this evening, and all of us here this evening know this. That's why palliative and end-of-life care matters, both when that care is provided by the NHS, as it is for the majority of people, and when it is provided by hospices. And I do want to emphasise this point, because sometimes there is a misunderstanding here, and I have heard it a few times this evening. The fact is, most palliative and end-of-life care is provided by the NHS, whether that's in hospitals, by primary care, and by community trusts. Alongside and in addition, hospices do the wonderful work that they do. Recognising the importance of palliative and end-of-life care, we specified in the Health and Care Act 2022 that integrated care boards must commission these services to meet the needs of their populations. Some honourable members have argued this evening for the funding for hospices to be centralised, so taken away from those integrated care boards and allocated, I assume, either by NHS England or the Department for Health and Social Care. Now, while I understand the motivation of honourable members calling for this, I don't agree. We set up ICBs purposefully to understand the healthcare needs of our local communities and to plan and commission services to meet those needs, and in so doing to reduce health disparities. Our communities and their needs and the services they already have in place are different, and rarely is a one-size-fits-all answer made in Westminster the right answer. Given that, I stand by a more localised approach, though with that there is, of course, variation. Another source of variation is historic. The hospice movement has grown organically. The location of hospices has not been planned to meet demographic need, for instance. Therefore, there are inequalities in access to hospice services, especially for those living in rural and more deprived areas. This variation in access to hospice care has to be taken into account by ICBs in the decisions they must make to ensure that people have access to end-of-life care if they don't live within an area served by hospice, as well as those who do. I am happy to give way to
Grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and she makes a really important point about the holistic nature with which our hospices have developed and emerged. Is it not the case, and would she not agree with me, that our ICBs have the opportunity to in fact use our hospices as a means of addressing those shortfalls in certain communities, directing funding specifically to them to meet needs that hasn't been met before? And would she further clarify for me one small point? She's made a clear distinction between NHS provided care and hospice care, but there is many cases around the country where the NHS is funding in full or in part specific services in hospices. And so on that particular point, would she distinguish between, how would she distinguish that? Is that NHS care or is that hospice care if it's been fully commissioned and fully funded by the NHS?
I'll pick up a few of those points. To the point about me speaking about the NHS providing palliative and end-of-life care, I was particularly trying to address what I've heard in some speeches this evening on other occasions, which is a misunderstanding where people think that all end-of-life care and palliative care is provided by hospices. It is more mixed than that. You get a combination. You do indeed get integrated care boards commissioning hospices to provide care. You get hospices providing care independently, directly, and you get NHS services doing so, and you get these teams working together as well, very collaboratively, and actually that diversity is a strength. Sometimes to address inequalities, indeed, ICBs can look to hospices to do more, for instance, in underserved areas. At other times, it may be more appropriate for them to look to NHS services. It will vary by area, and that is why one of the reasons why these decisions should be localised rather than somebody sitting in my place trying to say this is how it should be done across the whole country. So, as I've said, while I don't agree with centralising hospice funding, what I do agree with, and in fact I am working on, is transparency and accountability of ICBs to their communities and to honourable members as representatives. That's why I have regular meetings with NHS England leads on palliative and end-of-life care. That is why I'm pleased to have secured NHS England's commitment to including palliative and end-of-life care in the set of topics which are discussed in regular performance meetings that NHS England has with ICBs. And that is why I'm pushing NHS England and ICBs to improve the data they collect on access to and quality of palliative and end-of-life care. Currently, NHS England has developed a palliative and end-of-life care dashboard of data to help ICBs understand the needs of their populations and then address and track inequalities in access to end-of-life care. This is progress, but I want this transparency to go further so we all have the data we need to assure ourselves that our ICBs are commissioning the care that our constituents need. I've heard the calls for more funding for hospices, alongside stories of some fantastic fundraising efforts, from the Star Trek Night Walk and the Santa Sprint to magnificent marathon runners who have joined us in the chamber tonight, fresh from the London Marathon yesterday. Congratulations to those who have done that, particularly on behalf of hospices. Very timely for this debate. That said, I disagree with the honourable member who said that people running the marathon for hospices is sad. It is not. It is a wonderful thing. It is a sign of the tremendous support that hospices have in our communities. It's a sign that people are willing to choose to fund hospices, not just when the taxman comes along, but actually choosing that they want to have a hospice providing services to people in their area. And it's a good thing, because this fundraising gives hospices an independent funding stream and the freedom that goes with that to serve their communities as they say fit, and together with that, really strong ties with their communities and all those people who do fundraise for their hospices. Yes, I have to go.
Friend, she is so very right. In my constituency of Eastbourne, for St Wilfrid's Hospice, people aren't just prepared to run, they'll walk over coals. Would she congratulate them and their outstanding work?
Yes, I would congratulate all fundraising efforts. I do hope their feet are all right. As honourable members know, we in government has provided dedicated additional funding to hospices. In the pandemic, which I played a part in myself, helping them with energy bills and the Children's Hospice Grant, which the NHS has confirmed will go to hospices for this financial year too. Now, looking ahead, I fully appreciate the ask for longer-term certainty of funding. Of course, I understand that. However, funding for hospices, end-of-life care and many other things beyond the current financial year depend on a future spending review. And I am sure all honourable members can understand that I cannot preempt a future spending review, and ICBs similarly will not know their funding until that spending review. So while committing funding beyond the spending review period is not in my power, what I am pushing for is for our healthcare system to encourage and enable more advanced planning by individuals to consider and set out what you want at the end of your life. Inevitably, some of us will die in hospital, and for some of us that is the right place. But given the choice, many people would rather die at home. So setting out a plan that includes your preference of place of death and indeed what sort of treatments you do or don't want is something we should all, in fact, be doing. And as my right honourable friend for, I've said for Buckland, Swindon, said... sorry, exactly. And my honourable friend and fabulous health colleague, the MP for Colchester, we should talk more about death and plan for it. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, There aren't easy answers to the questions raised this evening. There rarely are. I don't have a pot of money otherwise going unspent for hospices, nor do ICBs or NHS England, but I will continue what I do, working with NHS England to make sure palliative and end-of-life care is given the attention it deserves and needs, is considered important, just as we consider services which prolong life important, and that the NHS is held to account for doing that. I will continue to agree with honourable members on the importance of hospices and the important work they do. I see this as a minister, as a constituency MP, and from my own family. I will never forget saying goodbye to my grandmother in a hospice near Yeovil, and I will always be grateful. Thank you.
Sally on Hart to wind up.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the members of the Backbench Business Committee for granting this important debate in this House, and to all the members who spoke today, and to Hospice UK for their dedicated work and support. And I'd especially like to thank St Michael's Hospice and Demelza, their staff and all the volunteers, as well as local people for their donations and fundraising, especially during challenging economic times. And I'd like to thank my honourable friend for Darlington for all his long-standing hard work and advocacy on behalf of hospices and end-of-life care. Members from across the House have spoken collectively on this important issue. There is so much passion for our hospices and consensus which shows that the funding of hospices, palliative and end-of-life care is not a political issue. The government does financially support hospices through ICBs, but funding models also require closer consideration, ensuring parity with the NHS whilst maintaining hospices' independence and flexibility. The Minister has heard many similar themes, mainly surrounding certainty of funding and on a sustainable basis, and better collaboration between ICBs, NHS and hospices, and I thank her for her work and her consideration and listening to this debate. Extra government funding via ICBs can improve a localised approach, and we all call for funding to be included, for more funding to be included in the spending review.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 9, relating to business of the House today. Number 2, Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Under the programme order of 18th March, any message from the Lords in respect of the safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill may be considered forthwith, without any question put, and proceedings shall be brought to a conclusion no later than 1 hour after their commencement. A message has been received from the Lords that the Lords do not insist on an amendment to the safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill to which the Commons have disagreed, but propose an amendment in lieu to which they desire the agreement of the Commons, and they do not insist on another amendment to which the Commons have disagreed. The Lords' amendment and a government motion relating to it are available online and in the Vote Office.
Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill, consideration of Lord's message today.
Now, before we move to consideration of the Lord's message received today, I can confirm that nothing in the Lord's message engages Commons financial privilege. I call the Minister to move the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 3J. Minister Michael Tommins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed, and it's a great pleasure to open this debate, and I beg to move that this House disagrees with the Lord's Amendments 3J. Madam Deputy Speaker, may I start by echoing and agreeing with my honourable friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, who started his own speech during the last debate just a very short number of hours ago by agreeing with what the opposition spokesman said about there being nothing new to say, just pitying that he then spent 40 minutes saying nothing new. I don't intend to emulate what the Shadow Minister did on the last occasion, because in fact, turning to the amendments 3J, it's very clear that they're almost identical to the previous amendments that we debated and that this House rejected just a short number of hours ago. It's in two parts, inserting when the Rwanda may be treated as a safe country and inserting when Rwanda must cease to be treated as a safe country. The amendment singular is not necessary. Just to confirm, turning to the amendment from the noble Lord, Lord Anderson of Ipswich, I will make clear once again that we will only ratify the treaty when all necessary implementation is in place. The implementation will be kept under review by the Independent Monitoring Committee, and Clause 9 of the bill makes clear when the bill and the provisions come into force. To confirm, Madam Deputy Speaker, implementation continues at pace. I can confirm again that on the 21st of March, the Rwandan Senate passed their legislation ratifying the treaty. And once again, as I confirmed this afternoon, on the 19th of April, just last Friday, the Rwandan Parliament passed their domestic legislation to implement their new asylum system. In an attempt to reassure my right honourable and learned friend, as we have made clear, if the Monitoring Committee were to raise any issues to the Joint Committee, standing members of the Joint Committee are senior officials of the government of this country and of the government of Rwanda, and the government will, of course, listen. And I remind my right honourable friend and honourable friends that it will be up to the Independent Monitoring Committee to raise issues at any point. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is nothing new in these amendments. These amendments have already been rejected. Enough is enough. I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3J. Shadow Minister Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So for several months now, the Prime Minister has been ferociously attacking their lordships in the other place, simply for doing their constitutional duty by seeking to revise and improve this bill. And tonight we see the evidence of why it is so important that they did just that. And I would like to put on record my thanks to the noble Lord Brown for his tenacity in securing a significant concession, and it is a concession, which promises that Afghans in the UK who have put forward credible claims of evidence of a connection to Afghan specialist units will not be deported to Rwanda. Now, this hasn't gone as far as we would want it to, but at least the government, albeit begrudgingly, has inched towards doing the right thing by standing by some of those who so bravely stood by us in the face of the Taliban. We owe them a debt of gratitude, and it is a great shame that the government, and in particular the Prime Minister, first turned its back on those we promised sanctuary to by cancelling flights from Pakistan, then spent months resisting Lord Brown's efforts to prevent these brave Afghans from being sent to Rwanda, despite repeatedly being pressed to do so by our armed forces to do the right thing, and now, finally, having to be dragged kicking and screaming to where we find ourselves this evening. Even this afternoon, the Minister's response to my honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow, who's not in a place at the moment, was revealing. She raised in detail a case of her constituent who supported British efforts, but whose family was stuck in Afghanistan. And yet the Minister couldn't even bring himself to reassure my honourable friend that he would meet with her or even look into the specifics of that case. That's why it'll be so important for us to hold the government to account on this concession, because it's so difficult to take what ministers say at face value. Turning now to the amendment in the name of Lord Anderson, I find it staggering that ministers still haven't conceded on this very basic point, that this House is not just trying to legislate that Rwanda is safe now, in other words, that white is black and black is white, but that Rwanda is safe in perpetuity. The noble Lord Anderson was right in what he said in the other place this evening, that this is a post-truth bill. You cannot possibly legislate for something which is in the lap of the gods. Now, I spoke earlier about the dangerous and turbulent world in which we live, and the threat that at any point the situation in Rwanda could change radically, just as it could in any other country. But let us not forget that just 6 years ago, I will give way.
The Labour leadership is its inconsistency. But will he just confirm that in the last decade, Rwanda is seen to be so unsafe that the UN has rehoused in Rwanda safely 30,000 refugees from other countries?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I'm very glad that he asks about what's happened in the last decade. Because let's not forget that just 6 years ago, 11 refugees were shot dead by the Rwandan police for protesting about food shortages, as reported by the UN. So I thank the honourable member for that point, because I think he makes the point clearly for me, that 6 years ago, 11 refugees were shot dead. I'd welcome his comments on that point. Does he want to intervene again?
There's 30,000. I'm sorry about that incident, but the 30,000 refugees. 30,000 refugees. 30,000 refugees have been safely. 30,000 refugees have been safely rehoused in Rwanda. It is deemed to be safe by the United Nations. It is deemed to be safe by pretty much everybody apart from the Labour Party. That is the point.
The whole point of this is that we do not have a crystal ball in this House. The evidence of what happened 6 years ago should clearly give us some cause for concern. All that this amendment seeks to do is create a position whereby the Independent Monitoring Committee, handpicked by the government, is able to advise the Home Secretary on laying a statement, and that is absolutely fair enough. So I simply cannot... I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I was listening carefully to the intervention that he took that referred to the last decade and the 30,000. But of course, is my honourable friend aware that within the past 12 months, the UK has accepted a refugee from Rwanda?
I thank my honourable friend, and it's not just one refugee. Many refugees are taken from Rwanda to this country, which really does beg the question as to how safe that country can be. But all the amendment seeks to do is trust but verify. It puts a mechanism in place which is the kind of mechanism which is embedded in thousands and thousands of pieces of legislation that are on the statute book. So I simply cannot understand why the government can't simply accept this amendment and enable the Home Secretary to allay a statement on whether or not Rwanda is safe or unsafe. That would provide important safeguards, and of course it is not in any way a wrecking amendment, just like all of the other amendments that the government has rejected. They do not prevent flights from taking off. Madam Deputy Speaker, at his press conference this morning, the Prime Minister boasted about the progress that he's supposedly been making to stop the Tory small boats chaos. And yet, as he stood at that very lectern, it emerged that small boat crossings have increased by 24% compared to the same period last year. Next, he refused to give details about the operationalisation of the Rwanda scheme, saying that, and I quote, "We will not be giving away sensitive operational detail which could hinder all the progress made to date." Or so he thought, because it subsequently emerged that one of his ministers had left behind under some chairs in the front row a secret document entitled Official Sensitive, which included, wait for it, operational details of how the scheme will work. You simply could not make it up, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yet another day of chaos, empty boasts and shambolic incompetence. But to be fair to the Prime Minister, there was one point he made in his press conference that we on these benches did agree with. In response to a question from the media, he clearly stated that the test for this policy will not be whether a few symbolic flights take off, as his former friend and the Immigration Minister had previously said, the former Immigration Minister, but, in the Prime Minister's words, success is when the boats have been stopped. Well, that's how he wants to be judged. And that, I can assure the House, is how we on these benches will judge him and how the public will judge him too. For 2 years now, we've been urging the Prime Minister to stop the boasts and instead start stopping the Tory boats chaos. But sadly, he has chosen to ignore us on both fronts. Instead, we need Labour's plan to redirect the Rwanda money into a cross-border police unit, to smash the criminal gangs upstream, and a returns and enforcement unit to remove those who have no right to be here, reversing the decline in removals that we have seen under this government. Because only Labour's plan can fix our country's broken asylum system. And only Labour's plan can restore order at our border. Those benches opposite, they don't want to hear it, but that is the reality of the situation that we're in, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, and I hope that every member opposite will join me in the division lobbies this evening.
Sir Robert Buckland.
It was going so well, and then it descended into a second reading diatribe from a Labour opposition that has absolutely nothing to say about the serious challenge of immigration, pretends that it will do what this government's doing, only slightly better, but doesn't really approach the level of events and the seriousness of the issue that we need to trouble. It is a blank page that we face on the other side of the House. Let's just deal very briefly then with the issue that we have left. I still think that there is strong merit in what their lordships say about not just the way in which we designate Rwanda to be a safe country, but the way in which, if in future things change, we have a parliamentary mechanism to deal with it. It does seem to me that in the absence of this amendment, there would be the need for further primary legislation in future, which I don't think is a great place for the government to end up. However, I do think that in the context of where we are with the detailed consideration of Lord's amendments, there does come a time when I think the unelected House does have to cede to the authority of the elected House. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are now approaching that moment. And whilst I don't resile at all in any way from the merits of the argument, I think in looking at the bigger picture and remembering the balance that we have to strike here, and also, frankly, thinking ahead as to what future governments might end up, hopefully not of a different complexion to our own, but of the balance that we need to strike between both houses, I do judge that now is probably the time for us to... I will give way.
Wouldn't the right honourable member's argument have more weight about whether their lordships should cave in if this actually had any mandate from the people? But this wasn't mentioned in a general election. It wasn't in a manifesto. It's not the will of the people.
I think the honourable gentleman's argument has merit about Salisbury Addison when it comes to the principle of a bill, and I think that their lordships have absolutely the leeway to deal with it in the way that they have on the basis that it wasn't in a manifesto. He's not wrong about that, but there is a more fundamental point about the way in which the balance between both houses has to be maintained. Now, this is the fourth round of ping pong. I think the record is 7. This is a short bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I remember bills much more lengthy than this, for example, the EU withdrawal bill, where we only had 2 rounds of ping pong on that occasion, because I think in the end the other House did respect the primacy of this place. And however reluctantly I feel about this, however conflicted I feel about the issue, I do think that we have reached that moment, which doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to vote against the Lord's amendment, but I will consider my position as to whether I vote in favour of it on this occasion. But I do say this to my right honourable learned friend, to the government, that I think getting ourselves in a position where we've had 4 rounds of ping-pong on a bill as short as this is not a great place to be with respect to him. And I do think that had the government made some other concessions, as it's now properly done on the Afghan question, as it did on the modern-day slavery question, then perhaps we wouldn't have had to wait this long at this late hour, and goodness knows perhaps to a later hour before making those concessions. I just remind my honourable friends that I do think that Lord's amendments are not about the principle of the bill, they're about the detail of scrutiny, and that I think in the spirit that he's approached these amendments, I think it would have been wiser that we'd reached this position slightly earlier. But that's the only criticism I offer at this stage, and the principle now of the bill is settled, and the will of this House should prevail.
SNP spokesperson Alison Cooley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise again on the this awful bill to put the SNP's opposition to it on record. We do not support the state-sponsored people trafficking bill on Rwanda, and we will oppose it in any way that we can. And I must say I was quite disappointed to hear the Labour Lords caving on the Afghan amendment through in the Lord. And if they think that this is some kind of concession, I've got some magic beans to sell them, honestly, it's pathetic. And the journalist from The Independent, who has done so much work to expose the weaknesses of the government's Afghan schemes, she says, Holly Bancroft says, this review is already happening and it's only for Afghans with links to specialist units. The Home Office is saying they won't deport the triples granted leave to remain in the UK by the MOD who came here irregularly, but the number of people in this situation will be very small. Before I came into the chamber, I was phoned by Councillor Abdul Bastani of Glasgow Afghan United because he wanted to know what was happening in this place and he wanted to know what protections there will be for the Afghans that he is in constant contact with. He wants to know what happens to the journalists, what happens to the interpreters, what happens to the women and children, the people who put their lives in danger to safeguard the UK's mission in Afghanistan, to their children, to their families. He says those people who are the UK left behind, he says nobody is listening to them, nobody is replying. The safe and legal routes are not there. I will give way.
I make this point for I want it recorded and answered. It's very important. My constituent Trevor Young worked for the British Army in Afghanistan. Alongside him worked his comrade and his friend in Afghani, who happens to be in Pakistan because he had to leave Afghanistan because of threats to him and his wife and his children. Police have removed his phone. He's under a deportation from Pakistan back to Afghanistan. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is so important for my constituent, and I have to say to the Minister in particular, Minister, my constituent has his friend, a soldier, has been forgotten about by this British government and by the Minister, and because of that I had to make a plea for him, because he isn't covered within this legislation.
I thank him, and he's quite right to point this out in the way that he has. And it's been further reported in The Independent, an Afghan intelligence analyst who worked alongside members of the RAF but has been threatened with removal to Rwanda. He says, and I quote, "I call on the Prime Minister and the Government to stand by the promise made during the fall of Kabul. If the legal ways, such as ARAP and ACRS, were actually working, people like me wouldn't have to wait for years just for a response and wouldn't be forced into taking a small boat to come to the UK. Being in limbo is nothing but a waste of the UK's resources. I have skills to contribute to the UK's economy and tax system, but I have to rely on Home Office help because I cannot work." There are thousands in his position. I further had an email from a person who emails me quite regularly. I don't know if this person ever gets a response from the ARAP email that he emails and the other people that he copies into this. But I see these emails that come in and I read these emails that come in, and I think it's in tribute to Syed, who is constantly seeking some safety, that I would read this. He says, "You caused me to miss the evacuation flights. Why should I be in this situation? It's all because of you. I can't endure it anymore. I am tired and I'm faced with so many challenges. It happened several times today that I had to stop myself with difficulty, crying in the middle of the street. Everyone was looking at me. I cannot endure it anymore." And these are the people that have been left behind by this bill and now left behind by the Labour Party, who would not press this amendment yet further. Moving to the remaining amendments that we have, from all the amendments that we have.
Yes.
I'm sorry, am I boring the members opposite? Do they want to pop back out to the Prime Minister's office and have some drinks instead of listening to the important cases being put in this debate? They care so little. What we are asking, and
Order. I'm just anxious the Honourable Lady addresses the amendment in front of us. Alison Keelis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am addressing the amendment in front of us. Now, what this amendment seeks to do is a very small concession to this place, that this place here should have some kind of scrutiny over whether Rwanda remains a safe country. The folk over on the benches opposite were all about taking back control, but when it comes to scrutiny of the treaties and the obligations we're signing up to, they couldn't give a hoot. It's quite clear. Now, all that we are asking for in this amendment, all that the Lords are asking for in this amendment, is that some assurances now and in the future that there will be scrutiny as to whether Rwanda is indeed a safe country. Yeah. That is not asking too much. Now, what I would like to know from the government is they say that they will be ready to remove people in 10 to 12 weeks. And the government has said that Rwanda will be safe when the treaty is in force. So can I ask, will all the matters of implementation be in force in 10 to 12 weeks? Will the policies be in place in 10 to 12 weeks? Will the staff be in place in 10 to 12 weeks? Will the judges be in place in 10 to 12 weeks? Will the lawyers be in place in 10 to 12 weeks? Will the appeals system be in place in 10 to 12 weeks? Will all of these things be there? Will the accommodation be there in 10 to 12 weeks? Because we know they've already sold it off. And what airline company have they contracted to remove people in 10 to 12 weeks? Because they have been extremely unclear about whether they even have an airline company, and they have not told us that. This House deserves to know, because we are not going to get the opportunities again to scrutinise the government on whether or not the Rwanda Treaty is actually being implemented. And I think that's the very least that this House should be able to do, to be able to keep a check on the government and on future governments as to whether or not they are fulfilling the obligations that they carried out. Because we know that even when this treaty was being negotiated, that Rwanda were engaging in refoulement of people. So if that was happening when the treaty was being negotiated, is it still happening now? Can the Minister give any assurances that Rwanda is not refouling people right now? And if he cannot come to the dispatch box and give that assurance, we should not be passing these we should not be rejecting these Lords' amendments and approving this bill this evening. This bill has been very unusual in the number of Lords' amendments that we have had, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've never seen the like. Now, I don't believe in the House of Lords. It's a principal position of the SNP not to send people to an unelected chamber. But this Westminster system is broken when the supposed revising chamber has been ignored throughout the entire process of this bill. A revising chamber is supposed to be allowed to revise, but yet this government has ignored every single reasonable amendment that the House of Lords has made. It's exactly the same as when the bill is introduced as when it will come out of this process. And this elected House has absolutely no mandate for this bill. It was in no manifesto, the Prime Minister does not have a mandate for it, and this House has no business approving, and I support the Lords in rejecting it. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is not a deterrent. It has not been a deterrent. Nothing they have done has been a deterrent. It will not work. It will pile misery on top of people who have already suffered incredible trauma that the folk crowing in the benches opposite cannot even imagine. It does not happen in Scotland's name, and we will vote against it on every opportunity we will get.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3J. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3J. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Joy Morrissey and Mark Jenkinson. Tellers for the noes, Tonya Antoniazzi and Mary Glindon. Thank you. Order.
The ayes to the right were 312. The noes to the left were 237.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 312. The noes to the left, 237. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendment. That Michael Tomlinson, Scott Mann, Kieran Mullen, James Sunderland, Stephen Kinnock, Colleen Fletcher and Alison Fulis be members of the committee. That Michael Tomlinson be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. And that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their Amendment 3J. That Michael Tomlinson, Scott Mann, Kieran Mullen, James Sunderland, Stephen Kinnock, Colleen Fletcher and Alison Thulis be members of the committee. That Michael Tomlinson be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. That the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Sorry, Liam, can I say that the question is that a reasons committee be appointed along the lines as I've just set out. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Joy Morrissey and Mark Jenkinson. Tellers for the noes, Peter Grant and Stephen Bonner.
Lord Chairman.
Yes.
That's the group.
Message from the Commons that they disagree to the amendment made by the Lords to the Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill, for which they assign a reason.
Consideration of Commons reasons on the Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill. Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I beg to move that the Commons reason be now considered forthwith.
The question is that the Commons reasons be considered forthwith. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move motion A that this House do not insist on its Amendment 3J, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 3K. My Lords, this bill has now been scrutinised a number of times. The Government have rejected this amendment several times, so we must now accept the will of the elected House and bring this debate on this last amendment to an end and get this bill onto the statute book. My Lords, having now debated this issue on so many occasions, I will not repeat the same arguments, but I would again just want to reiterate a few key points. The bill provisions come into force when the treaty enters into force, and the treaty enters into force when the parties have completed their internal procedures. My Lords, we will only ratify the treaty in the UK once we agree with Rwanda that all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. I've set out the steps that have been taken to be ready for the treaty to be ratified, and I will remind you once again of the most recent step. Last Friday, the 19th of April, the Rwandan Parliament passed their domestic legislation to implement the new asylum system. My Lords, Rwanda has a proven track record of working constructively with domestic and international partners, including the UNHCR, International Organization for Migration, and other non-government organizations, to process and support asylum seekers and the refugee population. As I've already set out this evening, the Government is satisfied that Rwanda is safe and has the right mechanisms in place should a situation ever arise that would change that view. The Government will respond as necessary, and this would include a range of options to respond to the circumstances, including any primary legislation if required. My Lords, the Monitoring Committee will undertake daily monitoring of the partnership for at least the first 3 months to ensure rapid identification of and response to any issues. This enhanced phase will ensure that comprehensive monitoring and reporting takes place in real time. During the period of enhanced monitoring, the Monitoring Committee will report to the Joint Committee in accordance with an agreed action plan to include weekly and bi-weekly reporting as required. The implementation of these provisions in practice will be kept under review by the Independent Monitoring Committee, whose role was enhanced by the treaty, who will ensure compliance. My Lords, I beg to move.
The question is that motion A be agreed to.
Amendment 3J, in my name, turned out to be the last one standing. So may I say just a few words at its funeral. It was not much, perhaps, compared with some of those amendments that had already been defeated. Indeed, it survived so long under the guidance of the noble and learned Lord Hope of Craighead, who I'm delighted to see back in his place, precisely because it was so modest and so unthreatening to the government's policy. But it did at least touch on a central disease of this bill, and perhaps of our body politic more generally: the imputation of decisions to Parliament to reduce the possibilities for challenge, and the pretence that by asserting something to be true, even in the teeth of the evidence, you can not only make it true, but keep it true forever. Many people, some of them perhaps still watching even now, will have wished us to keep on fighting. But without the threat of double insistence, which remains part of our constitutional armoury, but which did not command the necessary political support on this occasion, there would have been no point in doing so. The purpose of ping-pong is to persuade the government, through force of argument, to come to the table and agree a compromise. They have refused pointedly to do so, and after 4 rounds of ping-pong, their control of the Commons remains as solid as ever. The time has now come to acknowledge the primacy of the elected House and to withdraw from the fray. We do so secure, at least in the knowledge, that the so-called judgment of Parliament was not the judgment of this House, and that we tried our hardest to achieve something a little more sensible. We must take comfort from such assurances as the Minister has been able to give and hold the government to them. This is the government's bill, resolutely free of any outside influence. As a patriot, I can only hope, though I'm afraid without much optimism, that it will bring benefits in some way commensurate to its real and painful costs.
I rise with a heavy heart, given the lack of further amendment to this dreadful international law-busting bill. I note that in the other place, the SNP twice used procedural motions to delay it by 15 minutes each time. I applaud them for that, and I'm not going to take up the same length, but I am going to take a moment to mark this historic occasion. Your Lordship's House has put a lot of work into trying to make this bill comply with international law, with basic moral laws, with the principles of justice and fairness. The Noble Lord Anderson of Ipswich earlier today said, its costs will be measured not only in money, but in principles debased. Disregard for our international commitments, avoiding statutory protections for the vulnerable, removal of judicial scrutiny, close quote. Nothing, my lords, has changed in this bill in the last few hours. Now, I note that Amnesty International this evening warned airline companies that many members of the public take an extremely negative view of the content of the policy. Now, those were really unnecessary words, because no company of any repute whatsoever is going to take part in implementing this dreadful policy. That's a measure of this bill and the disgraceful, despicable actions it represents. I'm disappointed to see the almost empty benches around me. I note that the Liberal Democrat benches are here having played their part in trying to stop this bill at second reading, and I commend them for that action that the Green Group supported. And they are still here to the bitter end. Now, we heard from the Noble Lord the Minister, we'll hear tonight, and no doubt we'll keep hearing in the coming days, well, we're the unelected House. That, my lords, does not mean that this House is without moral or legal responsibilities. I have asked the House a number of times, if not now, when? What will it take to make this House say, here we take a stand? We've had the abomination of the Elections Act, the elements of a policing act that targeted Gypsy, Roma and Traveller people explicitly. We've had multiple indefensible restrictions on the right to protest. Now, we are letting through an attack on some of the most vulnerable, desperate people on this planet. What more will we let through? I suggest to noble lords as they leave this chamber tonight to ask themselves that question. With a desperate, flailing government party bereft of ideas and philosophy without principles, this House will keep being tested. So I ask these empty benches, you might be waiting for an election, but what kind of country will it be if you don't stand up now?
My Lords, we recognise, of course, the resolutions of this House and the strength of this House in the way that it has worked on this bill. And that doesn't suggest for any one moment that this House has changed its view. It is simply that we have had, of course, to recognise that the other House has the ability to, elected ability to be able to override whatever we wish. And recognising that, however, doesn't mean to say that, of course, the work on what happens and the outcomes of this bill are still to be discussed and debated. Yeah. And the Noble Lord the Minister, and I'm going to repeat his words at least 3 times during the last 3 sessions here, said that the government will not ratify the UK-Rwanda Treaty until all the necessary implementation is in place for both the UK and Rwanda to comply with the obligations under the treaty. Now, it does seem to us that given the position that this House has taken, it would be very valuable indeed for whenever the government is prepared to sign that treaty, that we have an opportunity to talk about it and debate it in this House. And I wonder whether the Noble Lord the Minister would acknowledge that and give Parliament an opportunity, and this House an opportunity, to discuss these matters when that matter comes up. We are assuming, of course, that that will happen within the next 10 to 12 weeks, because that is the timetable which the government has set itself. And therefore, these matters will be of very importance to the House, who have grave concerns about the issues which have been debated here many, many times. So, in recognising that we are at the end of this route of the legislation, it doesn't mean that we're at the end of the debate which we must have on the way and the manner and the objectives which the government has set for itself, and putting that as more scrutiny which we come before us would be most helpful indeed if the Noble Lord the Minister could grant us that time for that debate.
My Lords, can I start the final stages of the passage of the bill? It's not a third reading, but I would just like to thank again the government front bench, Lord Sharp, Lord Stewart, who's not here, I can't see him anyway, but also the government chief whip and the leader of the House and others for the way that overall they've conducted the proceedings of the bill. It's been very much appreciated. Can I also just say that although the bill is something we disagree on fundamentally, and the government will now own that bill and see how it works, I am somewhat reassured by the process, unlike Baroness Bennett, somewhat reassured by the process that has been undertaken. Because as a result of what we've said, and contrary to what the Prime Minister said at the beginning of the bill, which completely dominated our discussions for much of the time, the government have amended the bill. And it would have been extremely helpful to the government front bench here and others who may be listening to recognise that the House of Lords does have a role to play. It is perfectly appropriate for the Lords to delay and to say that we think the government should think again, even for the government to think again twice. And if it hadn't been for us demanding that the government think again 3 or 4 times, Lord Brown's amendment would not have been passed. And given the importance that everybody in this House attributes to Lord Brown's amendment, I would think that was a cause for reflection on how well the system actually works. It irritates, when I was in the other place, it irritates the government. The government feels as though its elected mandate is being overridden. But actually, except in very exceptional circumstances, that doesn't happen. I don't know how many times I've said from the front bench, and I'm sorry to reiterate that process, but it's really important. I have said numerous times from this front bench, as is my noble friend Lord Kennedy, and as the noble Baroness Smith, the leader of our party in this place, that we will not block the bill. And yet consistently we see from the Prime Minister, including today, that the Labour peers in this place seek to block the bill. I just say, when I hope that the noble Lords opposite come to this side of the House and we go to that side of the House, I hope that will happen. I'm not sure that it will happen. But if it does happen, I hope that noble Lords will reflect when we put forward various pieces of legislation to do with trade union rights, for example, to do with all of those sorts of other bills that we've suggested, that they will remember that the role of the House of Lords in those circumstances will be to challenge a Labour government at that time, which hopefully will come in place, but that they will not seek to block or undermine the elected will of the people, which is not what we've sought to do. So, I hope, in the concluding remarks that I'm making, that the serious point I'm making about the way that the political system operates in this country should be a cause for us to reflect on, that with respect to this bill, although we fundamentally disagree with it, it has worked reasonably well. And as I say, I look forward to that happening in the future. The government now own the bill. The government will see whether it will work or not. We've arrived at a position where we've made certain demands, and one by one they've been overturned by the government to be left with two changes, which I think are important. One, we've mentioned about Lord Brown with respect to veterans, which the government front bench here actually thought was the right thing to do as well, and we helped them persuade their own Prime Minister to do that. The second point was, and not to be forgotten, and it's a shame Baroness Butler-Sloss isn't here, but Lord Randall would have been pleased, was the change with respect to modern slavery. A modest change, but actually a change which was important with respect to reporting the consequences of the bill with respect to modern slavery. So with those brief remarks, can I finish by thanking again Lord Sharp for the courtesy and all of the government front bench in the Lords, and to say the bill now will go forward. The Prime Minister will no doubt will read in the papers tomorrow at great length, and he's briefed some of them already, how he's got his way with the House of Lords, how he's pushed aside those who sought to obstruct the elected will of the people. He will know, as will the noble Lord Sharp, many others in here, that was never, ever the intention of His Majesty's opposition. But no doubt we will read in the papers tomorrow that it was. I think that actually isn't a great reflection on the way Parliament operates, and actually reflecting on the good way that it's operating should be the headline tomorrow.
Intervene briefly, if ask my noble friend for indulgence. I think that what the noble Lord opposite said are important remarks, and of course this House has a major role, an abiding role, in asking the elected House to think again. But as the noble Lord opposite said, I mean, we're now 4 times into this process. I believe that this House is at its best, as again the noble Lord implied, when we have dialogue across the chamber and understanding and tolerance across the chamber. And we've heard the patriotism word used, we've heard the morality word used. I think that, not by the noble Lord opposite, I think that I believe, in my experience as leader of this House, that this is a patriotic House, whatever the party and whatever the person. And I believe this is a House where people of different political views, with a high political morality of public service, have different ways of seeking to achieve the same end. Now, the party opposite wishes to repeal this bill. Hopefully this bill will shortly be passed. I do think, and I've said this before on other occasions, and I'm sorry I crave the indulgence of the House at rising at this, but I think it's an important point. I think we do need to discuss but the embers of the passage of this important bill, which I understand was controversial in this House, not the occasion. But I think it is important that we have a discussion about what are the limits and what is the place of your Lordship's House in scrutinising and indeed challenging legislation that's put forward by any elected government. I don't think this is the place, but I've said on another occasion I think this is a matter that we might debate both in an open forum and also privately, and I hope that we can do that. But I appreciate the gentle, in the sense of gentlemanly, if that's allowed, a word that's allowed to be used this way, the gentle way in which the noble Lord has put the point. I appreciate his tribute to my noble friends and others on the front bench, and indeed to all the people in this House. I think there have been spirited debates, good debates, and the best traditions of the House. But, my Lords, I think in the weeks and months ahead we do need to reflect whether 4 or 5 times sending something back to the elected House is a way in which, the best way to enable the King's government to be carried on.
I wonder if you might be able to reflect on the point that my noble friend Lord German made. The Minister this evening and previously has said that the government currently is not in a position to ratify the Rwanda Treaty because the government is not in a position to state that the conditions that would be required to ratify that treaty are yet in place. That would assume that there will be a process that will have to be underway for the government to ratify that treaty, of which we are currently unaware of. The leader speaks very sincerely about our ability to scrutinise and to hold the government to account for decisions that it makes, especially when it comes to international agreements. Given what the Minister said, and I repeat, the government is currently not in a position to ratify the treaty, will he ensure, through the usual channels, that there is open discussion about facilitating time in this chamber in order for us to discuss what the government's statement would be when it comes to the conclusion that those requirements for the treaty would be in place. Surely that is simply an open way for us to scrutinise the decision that would be made if the conditions are met.
For the Leader of the House to interpose his body, particularly when the noble Lord is active and spirited as he is at this hour. I would say two things. First, we've had many hours of debate on this legislation. I think the doubts and we believe the beliefs and proprieties of this bill are entirely clear. So far as further discussion and the development of events takes place, we in the usual channels are always open to discussion with other parties about what or when, in what way further discussion will be made. But I apologise to the House for my intervention, but I think that there are important things which we need to reflect on. I think perhaps this has been a prolonged process, but I would like, in the immortal phrase of the Senator of the United States of America, to yield the floor to my noble friend, Lord Sharp, to conclude the proceedings.
Well, firstly, can I thank my noble friend for his intervention? I think he put his points across extremely eloquently, and I agree with all of them. My Lords, can I just say gently to the noble Lord Anderson and indeed to the noble Lady Baroness Bennett, this bill does comply with international law. It is profoundly moral and patriotic to defend the integrity of our borders. It's profoundly moral and patriotic to prevent the needless loss of life in the Channel and to put the criminal gangs out of business. My Lords, I would also like to ask the noble Lady Baroness Bennett why the Green Group is currently a solo act. Where is her partner? My Lords, Rwanda...
Been asked a direct question. I'm sure the House would have been delighted to hear from both of us this evening, but we've made a choice to make have one representative. If the House would like to hear more from us and see more of us, we'd be invited to do that.
Well, speaking personally, I'd rather hear a lot less, but there we are. My Lords, Rwanda is a safe country that has proven time and again its ability to offer asylum seekers a safe haven and a chance to build a new life. Rwanda has a strong history of providing protection to those that need it and currently hosts over 135,000 refugees and asylum seekers who have found safety and sanctuary there. There are binding provisions in the treaty which place obligations on the government of Rwanda to provide for those relocated under the partnership. And my Lords, this is long overdue, but I would also like to put on record my thanks to the officials in the government of Rwanda for all their efforts in delivering this partnership. I beg to move.
The question is that motion A be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.